session of the City Council for December 3rd. Would you call the roll, please, Carla?
Novick.
Here.
Fritz.
Here.
Fish. Saltzman.
Here.
Hales.
Here. And would you read item 1253?
Are we going to take care of that first item, 1247
Oh,
from this
sorry,
morning?
right, yes. No, sorry, let's set that over to the end.
To the end, okay. 1253, transmit report to the City of Portland on Portland Police Bureau officer-involved shootings and in-custody deaths by the Office of Independent Review.
Okay, Auditor Griffin Valade. Good afternoon. Welcome. If you're going to use, there you go.
Yeah.
You know how that works.
Good afternoon, Levon Griffin Valade, Portland City Auditor. This probably truly is my last time before this body in this capacity, but you never know. OIR Group's report presented to Council today is the 8th outside review of officer-involved shootings and in-custody deaths. City Code requires a review of all closed officer-involved shootings and in-custody death investigations. The reviews are a snapshot of the Bureau's policy and procedures during the incidents and investigations examined. These reports have provided the city the benefit of the expertise of subject matter experts who have many years of experience in civilian oversight of these types of critical events. Since the first report completed by the Police Assessment Resource Center in 2003, there have been significant advancements in how the Police Bureau conducts officer-involved shooting in-custody death investigations. Some of the key findings of that first report were there was not a consistent commitment to meaningful review, which resulted in lessons not being learned from incidents. In 31 of the 32 cases examined in that first report, there was no internal administrative review at all. There was not a sufficient emphasis at the policy and tactical level of issues involved in officer-involved shooting and in-custody death cases. So some of the key PARC recommendations that have been implemented by the Bureau, the Portland Police Bureau changed the officer-involved shooting in-custody death investigations from a homicide-only model to one that includes a broader review, which includes a robust administrative investigation as well. They made the change to review process so that all the officer-involved shootings and in-custody deaths are reviewed and include an outside civilian and Bureau experts on what was first known as the use of force review boards and eventually became the police review boards. Also, Portland Police Bureau revised policies regarding officers shooting at moving vehicles. So the unresolved recommendation from that first 2003 report from PARC, all involved witness officers are subject to an internal affairs compelled interview no later than a few hours after an incident. Outside reviews are ultimately a mechanism for community members and City Council to have more timely and transparent access to information about such important critical events. To that end, cases are now eligible for review at the close of the administrative investigation instead of at the end of civil litigation. In the past, that contributed to long delays of many years before reviews by an outside expert were conducted, and which also then created a backlog of cases to be reviewed. OIR has now completed 4 reviews, including the review of the Portland Police Bureau's investigations of the death of James Chastity, which was the subject of a standalone review issued in 2010. Some recurring themes have been delays in interviewing involved officers after an incident. This implicates the 48-hour rule. Delays in the administrative investigation and case review process, with most cases taking over 15 months to be reviewed, and also post-incident medical care of subjects. These outside reviews played an important role in the 2010 and 2013 IPR code changes particularly the creation of the current Police Review Board and having the IPR director or his designee as a voting member of that board. So by way of introduction to the team from the OIR group, I'd like to begin with Mike Giannacco. Mike has a law degree from Stanford University. He's a founding member and chief attorney of the OIR group. Prior to the creation of OIR, Mike served for 6 years as a U.S. Attorney, Central California, Chief of the Civil Rights Division. Prior to that, Mike was a federal prosecutor for 8 years for the U.S. Department of Justice, the Civil Rights Division. Julie Rulin has a law degree from USC Law. Prior to joining the OIR group, Julie worked for the Police Resource Assessment Center. And prior to that, Julie was a criminal defense and civil rights attorney. Finally, the third member of the team, Rob Miller, has a law degree from UCLA Law. Prior to becoming the deputy chief attorney of the OIR group, Rob served for 15 years as a criminal prosecutor in the LA County District Attorney's Office. Since 2001, the OIR group has contracted with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to review high-profile officer-involved shootings, inmate murders in county jails, and scores of less than lethal force incidents on patrol, in jails, and in courts. Other jurisdictions they have provided such services to include San Diego, Oakland, Pasadena, Torrance, Palo Alto, and the Denver Sheriff's Office. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike at this point.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Giannacco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. How are you today?
Thanks for being here. Appreciate your team and the good work they've done to do this review. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to supplement our report with a few comments. I have to say that as the auditor indicated, this is our fourth report. Our third report that focuses on shootings and in-custody deaths. In this report, we review 8 additional officer-involved shootings and 1 in-custody death. As a result of our review, we also offered 21 recommendations to the Bureau for its consideration. There is nothing more potentially controversial in police work than a time in which an officer feels the need to use deadly force. And when that occurs, there's always going to be a potential for controversy with regard to those incidents. The public has a right to know what transpired with regard to the officer's decision to use deadly force and how the department investigated that incident, as well as a right to know, in my view, the level of review that was conducted internally by the agency, by the police agency. Obviously, presenting the case to the district attorney and presenting before a grand jury, which is done in this city, is another important element. But as the park folks said in the initial report, it shouldn't stop there. There needs to be an examination of the officer's conduct, both with regard to the decision to use deadly force and other decisions that may have led to the ultimate decision to use deadly force. In addition, any effective outside independent review or internal review should also focus on other events with regard to post-care, with regard to post-incident response, and with regard to the integrity of the investigation itself. Unless that is done, police departments will be in a position where the incident itself will not become a learning experience, and the fate will be that there will be more likely additional officer-involved shooting if, in fact, there is no learning back to the department, if there is no accountability back to the department with regard to performance that did not meet the expectations of the police bureau in this case. And unfortunately, in this country, just to put this in context, the majority of jurisdictions, the majority of police departments in the state of Oregon, state of California, and throughout this country do not have the level of review that the Bureau has. And most of those jurisdictions also do not have any outside forces, any outside inspection of the processes that go on both with regard to the investigation and with the review. We are one small part of that. This council is aware, of course, of IPR and the work that is done there with regard to the Citizens Review Commission and some additional jurisdiction that's coming as a result of the settlement agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice. So this city is differently positioned than the majority of other cities in dealing with this issue. Fortunately for this city, because there has been a tradition of review as a result, in large part of the park report, there now is a process by which the department takes a look at decision-making that goes beyond the decision to use deadly force, that examines the lead-up decisions that are made by officers, and is critical of them, both with regard to the potential for accountability, but also with regard to the potential for training, both at a micro and a macro level. At a micro level, I'm talking about bringing information back to the individual officers, any sergeants on scene, as part of a learning experience. At the macro level, I'm talking about bringing any lessons learned back to the Bureau as a whole through training, through exposure to the incident in a constructive way. When we review, when we do our work, our review is necessarily impacted by the work that the Bureau has done. And what we attempt to do is to examine the internal investigation that is conducted by the Bureau and the review process to make sure that the Bureau takes advantage of these incidents in a constructive way in order to better prepare its officers for future challenges and hopefully reduce the likelihood of the need to use deadly force in the future. As I indicated in my opening remarks, we have 21 recommendations. We're not going to go over all of them today, but are prepared to answer any questions that the commissioners and the mayor may have. But we do want to highlight a few of them. The first recommendation that I think is worth emphasis has to do with the length of time it takes in order for the investigative and review process to unwind. And I'm turning that over to my colleague, Julie Rulin, for further reflection on that.
Hi. Yeah, this has become,
And could you refer to by number as well in your 21? 'Cause
this
we've
is
got- yeah.
recommendation number 19,
Okay.
goes to one specific piece of this. The delays in the Bureau's review process has become a sort of theme over our last reports. We have a table on page 98 that shows the length of time from the incident to the review board hearing. We also have, when we discuss each individual case throughout this report, a timeline of the investigation and review process. With few exceptions, all of these have taken longer than a year, and I don't think anyone is in disagreement that this is just too long. It's too long for the Bureau, who needs to be able to learn from these events, to hold its officers accountable, but also to identify issues that go to how to improve their training, how to improve if there are equipment issues that are raised by the incident, or any other corrective action that may come out of it. It's too long for the public, who wants and I think deserves some resolution to these incidents, and it's too long for the involved officers, who I think deserve to not have these incidents and the Bureau's deliberations hanging over their heads for such a long time. The Bureau has a number of steps in its review process, and we have often in our reports praised the rigor with which the Bureau goes about reviewing these incidents. There's a training analysis that's done. There is then a commander's review, and then there's time it takes to schedule it for the review board. In general, we have not found that the investigations themselves take, they're done relatively quickly, with exceptions. I'm not going to go through individual, but often when there is a lengthy investigation, there's often a reason behind that. But the review process itself needs some streamlining. And one of the things that we have recommended in order to try to prevent, I think, this sort of cases getting bogged down in this process is to take another look at that commander's memorandum and to see whether that could be eliminated, modified in some way to try to shorten this. There's sometimes just a little too much process, and you can't get through the review when you have so many different layers. So, we have discussed this with the chief. We've discussed it with the commander of the Professional Standards Division. We know that the Bureau is thinking about new ways to sort of trim these timelines, and we look forward to continuing to look at this issue as we go forward in our reviews, and also working with the Bureau as they try to work on it and develop some new ideas.
Good, thank you.
Another recommendation that we think is deserving of attention with regard to our comments this afternoon has to do with an investigative matter. And it has to do with recommendation number 3, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. And traditionally, the Bureau has worked together with the East County Major Crimes Team, which is a team of other agency detectives in investigating officer-involved shootings that occur in the east side of the county. What we have seen, unfortunately, is that because these detectives do not seem to have the level of training with regard to the way in which they question witnesses, particularly Police Bureau witnesses, that it calls into question the way in which the interviews are conducted. In particularly the use of leading questions in which the answer is suggested to the officer during the interview is something that does not pass muster on Investigations 101, but we unfortunately continue to see that come forward when the detective from the other agency begins to ask questions of the officer.
Could you elaborate? I'm a little.
Yes.
So you're saying when our own officers are conducting the investigation, the questions are leading?
No, it's when we're using folks from the East
Oh,
County
okay, when we're using-
team,
okay.
which
Yes.
is Gresham and Troutdale and Multnomah County sheriffs and,
Okay.
right?
That's right. It's not the Bureau officers, but the Bureau officers are often teamed with another agency. And so the Bureau officer often takes the lead, sometimes not though, but often takes the lead in the interview. But at the end, questions will be asked like, well, weren't you in fear for your life, officer, when X occurred? Which it really isn't the officer giving a statement, it's the questioner giving a statement and the officer affirming the question. And that technique is just not consistent with best investigative practices. We think one of two things need to happen, and that is either to increase the level of training for these outside agencies so they understand and have some sort of monitoring of their performance so that we don't continue to see this consequence happening over and over again, or for the Bureau to do it on its own. There is some advantage in having an outside group be involved in the process. I think it really could help serve the integrity of investigations outside the city, for example, if it happens in Gresham and a Gresham detective has figured out how to ask questions appropriately. And I don't mean to single out Gresham, that's a hypothetical. But one of those two things, in our view, needs to happen. Otherwise, we're going to continue to find cases in which we're not sure whether it's the police officer that's making the statement or whether the statement has been provided or fed to him by a leading question. So that, I think, is an important investigative reform that we would like to see the Bureau consider. The third issue, and maybe one of the most important ones, has to do with outcomes. And as we indicate, and this is recommendation number 18. With regard to outcomes, what we have seen is that at the very end of the process, there is a review board that meets. The review board is diverse, contains people who are not with the Bureau, and it contains IPR. We find that over the years, that review board process has been fairly robust. But coming out at the very end of the tailpipe, what we have seen with regard at least to the shootings in this report is while the decision and recommendation is made as to whether or not the board felt and recommends to the chief as to whether or not the shooting is in policy or not in policy, that a lot of other questions and remedial measures do not come out of the process that we think could come out of the process and in our view should come out of the process. Two things in particular. One is, as I said in my opening remarks, oftentimes there are tactical issues that are engaged in by the officer that are either consistent with the expectations of the Bureau and consistent with the training they've received, or unfortunately, in some cases, not consistent with the training and not up to the level of expectations of the Bureau with regard to performance. When it's the latter, our experience has been that those performance issues can often put an officer in a position where he or she feels the need to use deadly force. So we feel that that examination needs to be more robust, that every review board should be asking themselves that very question. That should be part of the scripted responsibility, if you will, of the review board to look at those decisions. Not to say that the board wouldn't find that those tactical decisions in some cases were consistent with the expectations and up to performance levels, or not. But we think that question should be asked as part of the routine of every review board. And that is another one of our recommendations. The second part of that is if in fact the finding by the review board is that the expectations were not up to par, not up to expectations, then in my view, our view, the review board then should work with the Bureau to develop a remedial plan, a corrective action, a way in which the performance of these officers can be brought up to standard. It doesn't necessarily going to require discipline. Sometimes it might, depending on how far below performance expectations we have found. But something ought to be done. And there needs to be a better feedback loop with regard to that. I'm now going to turn over another recommendation discussion to Robert Miller to my right.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. We appreciate this opportunity. I'm going to be addressing recommendations 8 and 9, which appear on page 46. In a way, these recommendations also concern corrective action and get at a very special characteristic of the Portland Police Bureau and the city process, which involves a great deal of self-examination and valuable feedback loops, but we have found some crucial gaps, at least in this particular area. Our recommendation is that when a Portland Police Bureau officer is involved in a shooting, that if there are previous shootings in which that officer was involved, that the review board, in the normal course of its evaluation and analysis process, consider the facts, circumstances, and any lessons learned from that previous incident or previous incidents, and any patterns or suggestions of potential corrective action that might emerge from that sort of cross-incident analysis. The opportunity, because of the procedures that are used in the review board and the way information flows, is extremely rare, if ever, that the review board would have that opportunity, and I think this is a missed opportunity for the Bureau itself. In the shootings that we have considered in this report and the previous 2 reports, at least 2 of those incidents involved officers who were involved in the shooting and who also had previous incidents. I want to be clear that our recommendation is not to stigmatize or make any assumptions about an officer involved in more than one shooting. In fact, in some of the jurisdictions we're familiar with, that's not even an unusual circumstance. Fortunately, it is an unusual circumstance in Portland. The point is feedback loops, really. That's one of the primary objectives of your very involved and concerted procedure for analyzing critical incidents in the Portland Police Bureau. And the purpose of these feedback loops is to provide constructive information and suggest possible remedial actions. And as my colleague explained, remedial action, corrective action, is viewed, at least by us, very broadly to include changes in policy, changes in procedure, training, as well as discipline. But it really goes beyond discipline and should be defined as such, because it's not necessarily just about the individual officer. It's about the Bureau as a self-improving learning organization. In the normal course of currently, as we are as has been explained to us by the Bureau, and as we have observed, when the review board considers a critical incident, they consider it isolated from many other incidents, and only if they decide there has been an error in tactics or judgment that reaches the level of requiring corrective action, does the department, or excuse me, does the Bureau then reveal to the review board that, in fact, there was a previous incident or shooting. We think that puts the cart before the horse, in effect, and that it deprives the Bureau of this feedback loop or the full constructive nature of it from what is really a rather unique entity, and that is your review board, which includes not only members of the Bureau, but members of the community, representatives of the police rank and file, IPR representatives, et cetera. The precise procedure that would allow for a careful, objective, and fair consideration of an officer's behavior in an individual incident, yet allow the review board to consider the length and breadth of the tactical issues at hand and how they might relate to future improvement of the Bureau itself. Those specifics we certainly must and do leave to the Bureau and to the review board itself. But there we have seen many models, and we believe there are certainly adequate available ways to incorporate those considerations into the current structure. I'm now turning consideration back to my colleague to the right, Julie Ruland.
Another recommendation that we make is in recommendation number 16, and it has to do with officers' response to individuals or arrestees who are in some sort of medical distress. And this recommendation comes from our review of the in-custody death of Mr. Darius Johnson in July 2011. In that case, there was a foot pursuit involving Mr. Johnson, and when he was eventually apprehended and taken into custody, he made the claim repeatedly that he was having trouble breathing, that he couldn't breathe. And officers disregarded these claims. There's reasons for doing so, varied a little bit between their belief that he seemed fine, that he was talking and acting normally and was able to walk, or that he was still just out of breath as a result of the chase. And so they essentially believed that he may have been making these claims about shortness of breath and difficulty breathing as a way to avoid or delay going to jail. So rather than call for an emergency medical response team, they made the decision to transport him to jail in their patrol car. On the way to jail, Mr. Johnson became unresponsive. Paramedics, they called paramedics at that point, and he died a couple hours later at the hospital. They found, when they did the autopsy, they found methamphetamine in his system, and they found that he had an enlarged heart. He essentially suffered a heart attack, and we can't know whether earlier medical intervention might have prevented this in any way, regardless of that, the recommendation is, that we make is to require officers to, before transporting a subject who claims to have difficulty breathing, to seek, to call EMS and to get him some medical treatment, at least get an assessment by EMS before making that transport. The current directive are pretty good. It's pretty good dealing with this issue, and those directives were rewritten following the death of James Chassie in 2006. And the directive currently says that officers will not transport without EMS clearance if the subject displays any difficulty breathing or any kind of other medical distress. But we just think this policy needs to be tweaked a little bit so that it's not based on the officer's discretion about what symptoms appear, but it's based more on the subject's claims about being in medical distress or being unable to breathe. And we think the Bureau has agreed with this. They've agreed with this recommendation, and we're hopeful that they will quickly move to make that change to this directive.
I have a question about that case, and looking at page 85, and it says when this was after they realized that Mr. Johnson had become unresponsive, and it says, they got out to check on Mr. Johnson, whom they found unresponsive and without a pulse. They called for paramedics and a sergeant, pulled Mr. Johnson out of the car, and put Mr. Johnson on his side in an attempt to position him to ease his breathing. And it wasn't until the sergeant arrived and instructed them to begin CPR that they did. Is there no policy that says if somebody has no pulse that we start CPR immediately?
I think in that case there was a question about whether CPR was appropriate, whether he was breathing some, and whether there was
no pulse.
Yeah. I will say, Commissioner, that the record on that was not entirely clear as to how events transpired. I know the sergeant arrived quickly and was there, and things were moving very quickly.
Mary, I'd like some more information on that part of the policy. Is
All right. We're gonna have
I
a bureau
assume
here.
that all of our officers have some measure of emergency medical training, CPR at the minimum. I'm just finding that part of the report astonishing, and then there's no particular recommendation that you made in response to that piece, which is of great concern to me.
Yeah, your recommendation is about consulting EMS response.
Yes.
And I
Not
totally agree
about-
with that. If the person says they're having difficulty breathing, then you call EMS. You don't make that assessment, especially since they're obviously not. The officers who responded didn't know to do CPR when there isn't a pulse. So I agree with your recommendation and just questioning the rest of the policy and whether medical attention to people in custody policies are adequate.
Okay. Well, when we get the bureau, we'll have the bureau up here to respond in general, but we can ask them about that particular question while they're here.
The final point that, substantive point that we'd like to make has to do with not a defined recommendation, but a recommendation we've made in the past that again appears in these reports. And it has to do with what is called as the 48-hour rule, and the discussion about that in this report appears on pages 65 and 66. In the city of Portland, as a result of a labor agreement between the city and the Police Bureau's Association, officers are not required to provide any statements about an officer-involved shooting or an in-custody death until at least 48 hours after the incident. And as a result of that rule, it is 2 days before the Bureau learns anything from the major actor in an officer-involved shooting, a use of deadly force, until 2 days later. That approach and that restriction on communicating with officers and finding out what happened is inconsistent with normal investigative practices. When you have a major incident, one of the first things that detectives on scene do is ask witnesses, is ask actors, is ask officers, is ask anybody who might have information about the incident about what occurred. But that can't happen in this city because of this restriction. So what happens is If we have an officer-involved shooting on Monday, it's going to be Wednesday before the Bureau learns from the officer about what transpired. In our view, that is not, as I said, not consistent with investigative practices, and I think has the likelihood of impacting not only the integrity of the investigation, but the public's confidence in the investigation. When I'm talking about the integrity, what I mean is that for 2 days, the officer is out there, and either consciously or subconsciously, his recollection of events could be impacted by outside and external influences. If the incident receives a lot of media attention, and many of them do, he or she may just hear on the radio, on the television, inadvertently or advertently, about what has transpired. And that may impact the officer's recollection when it finally comes time on that Wednesday to ask the officer what happened. So in our view, the 48-hour rule ought to be done away with. And as with many other jurisdictions, the officer the night of the incident ought to be asked, tell us what happened. Where were you standing? Why did you use deadly force? Talk to us about the lead up to the use of deadly force so that that information can be provided. The other disadvantage in waiting for 2 days is with any investigation, any investigative leads often are built off of the major actors to any incident. If you wait 2 days, you can't use the officer's statement to develop investigative leads the night of the incident. And as any detective would know, investigations are like uranium. They have half-lives. The most important time to collect information about an incident, to search for witnesses, to get information, to develop forensic evidence, is the night of the incident, not 2 days later. So for all those reasons, we advocate, again, that the city and the Bureau reconsider this agreement that they've had with the association about the 48-hour rule. In closing, that sort of sums up our substantive remarks. I would be neglectful if in our closing remarks, obviously here to answer any questions that the mayor, Mr. Mayor, the commissioners might have about any other aspect of our report. But we do have to, I feel, an obligation to indicate that, again, as with our 3 previous reports, we have received nothing but cooperation, nothing but access, nothing but interaction with the Bureau command staff with regard to information. We can't do these kinds of reports unless we have the information. I'm not just talking about documents. I'm talking about discussions. I'm talking about insight that the Bureau, tactical experts and other experts do provide us on a regular basis. And finally, our work is only as good as the support that we have received over the years from your other external oversight entities, in particular the IPR and the auditor. We've received nothing but unwavering support for our cause, and insight into our findings would not be as deep, would not be anywhere near as insightful, but for the participation and the working relationship we've developed with your city auditor and the IPR that works for her. So for that, we're very grateful. And thank you for taking the time to hear us out today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there are questions, but I just want to say at the outset, we really appreciate this work, Auditor, and to the whole OIR team. It's really important that we get objective outside views of what we do right, what we do wrong, and how do we get better. And that's the spirit of this work. I'm glad to hear that the Bureau's been cooperative in giving you all the information you needed. That's what we would expect, and I'm happy to hear that expectation's been met. But I think this is really important, that we have this kind of open, public, professional, objective review of what our practices are in the Bureau and what went right and what went wrong in past incidents. And as the police commissioner, I got to tell you, I find this extraordinarily helpful. I've read your report. I'm going to reread your report. The Bureau is going to be given a chance here today to respond to each of those 21 recommendations, and obviously I'll be hearing from them on that subject as well. But I think it's really a really healthy and useful part of our process here in the city, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
So Mayor, my understanding is you just said that the police are going to respond to the 21 recommendations. They've already done so. Do you have any response to their response, or what's the order of that going to be?
I was assuming we would give Assistant Chief Henderson and Professional Standards Division Captain Famous chance to come up and talk, but we can do that before or after they
Maybe we could have
respond.
this team back. Are you
Yeah.
going to be staying
Yeah.
for the testimony?
I think it would be useful, to hear both sides of that conversation here in the council chambers. So is that, Donna and Dave, does that sound all right to you? Well, I was gonna, okay, but sorry to surprise you with that. I was gonna ask you to come up and spend a few minutes on the recommendations where you had disagreement. Because obviously there's 21 recommendations here. There are some where the Bureau has responded, and the response is public, of course. Agree, we've changed practice, here's what we're doing now. There are others where there are works in progress, and there are others where they agree in part, or disagree in part or in whole with what you've recommended. I think those are important debates for us to have, and don't want to have that go on endlessly here in the council chambers, because there are a lot of other people that want to speak as well. But I think it would be useful to hear from both you and them about I think there were 5 or 6 of the 21 items where the Bureau either disagreed or disagreed in part with your recommendation. So I thought it would be useful, Assistant Chief Henderson, and Captain Famous, to have that discussion here in the chambers one way or another. We'll start with you since you're here, since no point in being coy about this. It's written down which ones they disagree with. So if you might want to spend a couple extra minutes on those. They took an opposite position, for example, on item number 3, which is the one we've already discussed, about the East County Major Crimes Team. And I think their position was just, it's good to have outside eyes on the work. To me, it seems like there might be a middle ground here, which would be highly qualified outside eyes. But I'm cutting to the chase a bit, but what's your reaction to that? I mean, is there a middle ground, or do we just need to take it or leave it?
Mayor, I think the middle ground is as you articulated, which is one way to thread this needle, in my view, is to find a way to ensure that the capacity or the ability or the training, I think it may be a training issue, of these outside detectives is consistent or up to par with the Bureau's detectives. And so if there could be more training in a group setting where the skills of the Bureau's detectives can be transferred over to other agencies, not only would it help with regard to the integrity of the Bureau's investigations, it would help with the outside agencies' investigations as well. So it would be a regional advantage to do that, yes.
Yeah, and we're certainly finding that, particularly in East Precinct, we're working together with those other agencies all the time anyway. So
Correct.
another one that, again, I was going to ask for them to elaborate a little bit on is number 8. You've already discussed that. They've agreed to review but disagree on at least some of the proposed changes.
I think we understand the Bureau's position, and that is, they don't use this metaphor, but it's similar to typical criminal procedure where the guilty or not guilty decision is made, and then only after that is the sentencing decision made. And sentencing, lots of kinds of things are admissible that would not be admissible in the main trial. I think the administrative investigations and administrative corrective action is really a very different system, and therefore the siloing off of information from the jury, as it were, is the stakes are much different, and the public policy, the other benefits of having the review board be privy to previous incidents and determine for themselves whether there are any patterns or similarities, or whether there are dots to connect that might point to a change in procedure, a change in department policy that they might recommend, that is a potential benefit that is lost by siloing things off this way.
Good. One you didn't highlight earlier, but that is an area where there's a disagreement, was number 11,
Yes.
where you said that the Bureau should inquire of the medical examiner about the survivability potential of a downed subject who's not provided immediate medical attention. Obviously, this is a a terrible situation when it's occurring, you've said consult with the medical examiner right away. Is this person, in danger of dying? What can we, what are your options medically? I think that's what you were positing, and they're saying, well, I'll let them say what they're saying, but elaborate a bit on that one if you could, please.
Yes, Mayor Harrells. One of the issues that continues to come up in these historical cases, and I have to indicate that, we're still talking about cases in 2011, so we're still a little behind what's currently going on. And I think as a result, there have been some reforms with regard to this issue. But the real issue has to do with something I indicated in my opening remarks, which is post-medical treatment to downed individuals, people who have been shot by Bureau officers. In 2 of the cases that we reviewed in this report, this very report, it took 84 minutes before any kind of medical attention was provided to the individuals who had been shot. Now, there are reasons for that. Every case is different. But we have commented in the past about the need to re-examine the Bureau's response and see whether or not, without sacrificing officer safety, there's a way to get to these individuals and get them medical attention sooner rather than later. As a corollary to that, we thought it was also important that when the investigation itself is being reviewed, that the medical examiner, as part of the detective's investigation, be asked the question, the simple question, look, you've examined the bullet wounds of this individual who died, it was a fatal case, during the autopsy. Can you give us any insight as to whether, if the Bureau had been able to get there earlier, this individual might have been able to survive his injuries? That question isn't volunteered by the medical examiner. It also hasn't been traditionally asked by the detectives. We think that question should be asked so that the Bureau has that knowledge. I don't want to speak for the Bureau, but the Bureau indicates that that may be a speculative question, and then the ME may not be able to answer that question, which is fine. But it doesn't hurt to ask the question in our view. So that's what
Even
we-
absent any change in procedure, you could ask the question.
That's right, sir. Yes.
Okay. And the only other one I wanted to highlight, again, in terms of asking them to elaborate, but you as well, number 15, about canine standard operating procedures. There's a disagreement there between you and the Bureau. Talk a little bit more about that one, please.
Yeah, sure. The Bureau's response has to do with their guard and bark standard. And so the assertion is that, if the canine is being deployed just to guard and bark and locate a suspect, that's a very useful tool for locating even misdemeanor suspects. Our view is that, this was not a dog bite case. Mr. Johnson the dog never caught up to him. He jumped a fence and the dog was called back. And so the use of the canine in this case is a little bit of a side issue, but we thought it was important to raise it because this was a subject who was wanted for a very minor misdemeanor. They were going to arrest him on supplying a false identification to a police officer. He was originally going to be cited for a seatbelt violation. When he fled, the canine officer on scene released the dog with a command to catch the suspect and bite him. And in our view, a dog bite is a very significant use of force. Dogs can inflict very serious injuries. We have not had the opportunity, because it just has not come up in these cases. We have not looked at dog bite cases. I don't know at what the bite ratios are for Portland Police canine units. I don't have a good sense of how big an issue this is, but it raised a red flag for us here to see a dog released with a command to bite a subject who was wanted for such a minor offense. And so the recommendation is made for the Bureau to consider this and consider whether that's an appropriate use of its canines.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Appreciate that. Other questions for the panel? Great, we may have more later on. And again, I might want to go ahead and, if the council is interested, have Assistant Chief Henderson and Captain Famous come up now and answer some questions, and then we'll go through the rest of the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, I didn't, I just assumed it was in there. I didn't.
Charlie, what number is the 48 elevator?
That is, I think it's 13. No, maybe wrong. I'll ask them. Thanks for coming up. So again, I don't necessarily need you to go through all 21. You already have, and you've provided a written response to the report, but I did want to focus on a couple of these. Maybe not so much number 3. It sounds like we've already got a potential solution there, or unless you want to elaborate on that in terms of this question about divergent levels of training and qualification between our officers and the ones that we're cooperating with.
We're in constant training, and we discuss.
Oh, and just identify yourself, Donna. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Donna Henderson, Assistant Chief of the Portland Police Bureau in Investigations. We do ongoing training as we're participating in these investigations, and I think the level of investigations by the East County Major Team is getting better, and we're constantly observing it. So we agree in part, and we're doing what we can to bring that up. But I feel strongly that we still need to have them involved in our investigations, just for the transparency.
Okay. Another one that I wanted to get you to respond. Do this in order. The medical examiner issue, about whether the medical examiner should be consulted about the survivability potential of a downed suspect. Again, obviously, a terrible situation when it's occurring. We have ballistic shields now in every sergeant's car, so I think we're probably getting to people much more quickly. Is that the case?
That is very true.
Yeah.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, I'm going to let you answer.
Okay, I'm George Burke, Commander of the Detective Division, and I agree with our ability to ask the question. That what is difficult for us is to be able to get the answer. So whether it's supposition on the part of the medical examiner, we certainly can ask. I do know that one of the things that we are provided at every postmortem examination is what rounds or what injuries look to be lethal versus non-lethal at the time of the postmortem. So we do get that information in kind of a different direction, but we don't ask the specific question of if medical attention could have been provided sooner, would this wound have been survivable? We simply get is this a survivable wound or not? And I will say that, as we said previously, the Police Bureau has done a lot with bringing in new technologies, new techniques, new training, and the shields has been a significant implementation. And then oftentimes, tactically trying to make decisions that really would potentially make the encounter more survivable for the downed suspect. We really need to keep in mind that we don't want to precipitate an additional shooting after we've already been involved in the use of deadly force. So there are a lot of different situations that come into play as to how and why and when we can make an approach to a downed suspect to include any proximity of weapons. So there are a whole lot of different factors that come into play when we're trying to analyze getting medical attention and how long that takes, and will we make the problem worse by getting somebody, trying to make that approach.
Yeah.
Let me just clarify, though. We're talking about the medical examiner after death, right?
We're
We're not talking about the
Not
physician
during-
who's
not
called up
during the
on the
incident,
scene.
yeah.
We're talking about
No,
afterwards.
but the question is being asked in regard to, would medical attention, if it had been provided sooner, would that have changed the outcome?
And what is your objection to that question being asked?
I don't have an objection to it. What I'm saying is that we can ask the question. We certainly are going to get whatever response we get. What we do have is we get an answer from the medical examiner on every postmortem that deals with each and every injury to the person in the postmortem, and that determines, and that statement is given as to whether that was a lethal injury or non-lethal injury.
In the report, it says that you disagree about asking that question.
Well, what we're saying is that it is up to the medical examiner to make that determination as to what they're going to respond. We can ask the question. So I think it's something that we need to take a look at. We need to be able to be open to ask the question. The concern that we have with this is we're asking somebody to make a decision or make a subjective decision or opinion based on the outcome rather than all the other circumstances that led up to it. But asking the question, I don't see why we couldn't ask that
I mean, I think
question.
in that context, I think I'm following. It's a medical question.
Well, this is,
being asked by the
it gets to a
medical-
bigger question is, I would like this question to be asked.
Right.
So in terms of our discussion today, how does
Right.
that direction get given?
Yeah, well, that's my job, and I think that question should be asked. And I think we have to make sure that we understand it's a medical question being asked of the medical examiner. It's independent of whatever tactical
They're
considerations
not
there
asking,
were.
should the officer
Right.
have gone in?
Right,
They're
I understand
saying,
that.
was this survivable if
Yeah.
we had gotten there quicker?
So I
And
think,
I can tell you from personal experience that it can be very helpful in two ways. One, for the person who, for the family of the person who's died to know that, no, in fact, even if we'd have gotten there within 2 seconds, that wouldn't have made any difference. And second of all, I think in terms of the city's liability, it's helpful for us to know and for the family to know that in fact there was no negligence or there wasn't an opportunity to save the life. So for both of those reasons, I think it's very important for us to always ask that question of the medical examiner.
yeah, I think it's information we should get, even though it doesn't answer all the other questions, it does answer that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's understood. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the other one I wanted to ask you about was the canine one, which we just discussed last, and that was our standing procedures about deployment of canines. How have they changed, since these cases occurred? What else, what other light would you throw on this? And I guess, again, what's your disagreement with the reviewers here?
Well, number one, I'd have to go back and read it better. I'm not as familiar with this case because I don't think we ever send a dog to bite. I think we send, I don't think that we do that. And if we did, I'd have to go back and see why we did, because that's not how our canine operates. We tell them to go get them, and I'm not even sure what the exact order is, but it's not to bite.
Well, there's situations where we tell a canine to bite, right? I mean,
According to this report, it says not, that the police response says, while many agencies train a fine and bite standard, the Portland Police Bureau's K-9 unit has trained and deploys to the guard and bark standard.
Now, that doesn't mean that a dog, given the violent nature of the suspect, won't bite, but we don't train them to go and bite automatically. And it kind of,
right, hey, please, let her talk. Go
and
ahead.
so I don't think that the sergeant actually opened up the door and told the canine to go seek and bite. I don't think that's how we train.
But the bite command is given by the officer in a situation where they're with the dog, right? I mean, I've seen that done, and it happened with Officer Dorn and Mick, and the dog got killed, and Officer Dorn got wounded, and you know that
The
story.
concern was that the dog was released at all, given that a dog
Right,
could get excited
right.
and bite, and that wasn't appropriate with this
And
level of-
I think that is something that, I don't think when we're talking to K-9 that we were willing to say that we would never send a dog out after somebody for misdemeanors. But in this case, what you're talking about, that it was such a low level, failed for seatbelt, I think that is something that we could look at. Is that appropriate to send a dog after something so low level?
That's where I'm not understanding. All they're asking is to not use canines for subjects suspected of committing serious or violent felonies, and our responses disagree.
Right, because we would send a dog after misdemeanors. We don't want to give up that option.
Why?
Because, because we would end up having to search for these people no matter what. We're not going to just say, okay, you ran and let them go. So it's safer for the person that we're going after, and it's safer for the officers to actually have the dog do the search and try to locate this person. It doesn't mean that the dog is actually going to bite. And so to take that away, that means anybody that we remotely think that was just a misdemeanor, we would have to send officers into the field to look for them. And I think it's safer for everybody to have that option of sending a dog after somebody, even if it's a misdemeanor. Again, back to the seatbelt, I'm not so sure that was appropriate, but to take away the option of sending a dog after all misdemeanors, I don't think we don't think that that would be a good idea.
Could you give me an example of a misdemeanor? Because I'm not familiar with all the things that are classified as misdemeanors. Some would think that it would be crucial that the suspect be
Domestic
apprehended.
violence for assault.
That's a misdemeanor?
It could be a misdemeanor, and if the perpetrator took off into the blocks, that might be something we would want to have
Thank you,
a
that's
canine
helpful.
to go.
Yeah. When we think of misdemeanors, I tend to think of
I know.
seatbelts and
Yeah,
littering
something
and
that's-
such.
Shoplifting and,
Yeah, there's some assaults, a lot of assaults would be considered a misdemeanor assault force.
Potentially, we could craft a policy, though, that says for littering, for the really minor
For them,
misdemeanors that we wouldn't use
I think we
canines.
would be totally willing to look at that. For the lower level violations,
Yeah.
we wouldn't want to send a dog.
And that, so you would agree that
I would agree
we
in
could
that
do
particular incident, it would be something we should look at, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for the chief,
Yeah, I guess.
commanders?
So the question about, or the suggestion about eliminating the commander's memo in part of, in the police reviews to make things more expeditious?
I'm going to let Dave go ahead and address that.
Um,
and see if we don't-
Dave Famous, Captain, Professional Standards Division. In most cases, the commander's memorandum kind of brings the incident and the story, if you will, together in one document. It explains what happened, what the witnesses said, what the complainant said, what the officer said, and provides a recommendation. In officer-involved shooting investigations, internal affairs, we actually provide a template that provides the areas of review, and included in that is tactical recommendations, operational planning, post-shooting. And that document that is presented by a commander is an important document for the Bureau to consider because it brings the whole situation into one document.
If I could add to that, having actually written a review, the commander's finding, I can tell you that for the commander's position is extremely helpful. As Captain Famous said, it brings all the pieces together, but it also allows for the actual analysis of each one of those separate pieces. So the training analysis, the internal affairs analysis, or at least the internal affairs fact-finding, now falls into the hands of the commander to put all that together. And the commander does not always just follow the recommendations of those that are provided to him. I can tell you from personal experience in reviewing some of these things that there are times where you find that maybe there is a disagreement between does this fall within policy or not in policy, and that's the perfect document to put that into to bring it before the police review board.
So I guess part of it's probably, I'm assuming part of the amount of time it may take for the commander's memo to be prepared, so.
Yeah, if I might answer that. The Bureau, we agree that in the past it has taken an inordinate amount of time for commanders to present some findings. And we believe that in the last 5 years, 4 to 5 years, we made a tremendous amount of progress in that. Part of that has to do with being under the purview and scrutiny of the United States Department of Justice. Right now, commanders in an officer-involved shooting review have 3 weeks to create that finding. And of course, in the past, some of those have taken 3 months or even longer. Chief of Police is holding commanders accountable for meeting those timelines. If there are reasons to toll the time period, officers in the hospital, witnesses unavailable, we document those for the file. So that timeliness, sir, is very important and certainly is significant. In years past, we believe that we made a tremendous amount of progress in that regard.
And then my last question is the 48-hour rule. I guess I didn't see, actually, I didn't see it identified right here as an outright recommendation, but
I didn't either.
does the Bureau have a position on the 48-hour rule?
The 48-hour rule, I believe, was part of the 2012 or a prior OIR review.
Oh, that's where it was.
And currently, right now, that's a collective bargaining. That's a situation where the city of Portland has been in conversation with the Portland Police Association over the 48-hour rule. And I believe that that's where that lies. And I believe.
Yeah, I realize it's in the collective bargaining arena. I guess my question is, should it? I mean, is it really a best practice? I mean, I heard the OIR panel say that we're an outlier. This does not really happen
As
in
it-
other bureaus and other cities.
As it stands right now, Oregon has transactional immunity. So if we ordered an officer that was actually involved in the shooting, we ordered them to give us that information, we would never be able to do anything else with that officer. So if we found that there was some criminal culpability, all evidence gathered after that would be thrown out. So we don't order officers that are actually involved in the incident to talk to us. So they have their Fifth Amendment rights just like everybody else. So if they don't want to talk to us right then, we can't force them to. Now, we do order all witness officers, all folks that might be involved, we do order them to talk, and we usually get to them that day. So we have a pretty broad understanding of what happened, especially if there are witness officers, where it does hurt us if there's only one person involved and there are no witnesses. But again, that officer still has the same rights as every other citizen, and they don't have to talk to us that night. So that's also is where the mix comes. Yes, we would love to talk to the officer involved as soon as we possibly can, and we have taken some good steps in actually being able to talk to the officer quickly, but again, they still have to get their attorneys, and that has to be scheduled. So we're talking to them within 3 or 4 days with their attorney, but the 48-hour rule is an arbitrary rule, and I'm just not sure where we're going to get with that.
Yeah, I guess the other points that ought to be noted is, I'm not sure if I've got this right statistically, but in the last couple of years, while I've been dealing with the issues of officer-involved shootings with the Bureau, we have obtained a larger number of voluntary
Voluntary
statements
statements.
immediately after incidents from officers than was the case in the past.
Correct.
So it doesn't mean the 48-hour rule is not still a problem or a potential one, but we have been getting voluntary statements much more regularly than in the past.
But I think, with all due respect, I think we're conflating two issues here. The Fifth Amendment privilege that can be asserted can happen within the 24-hour, 40 hours, or beyond.
Right.
So that's different. What I heard the prior panel talk about was best practices in terms of investigation, integrity of the investigation, public confidence, investigative leads. Investigations are like uranium, they have a half-life. So I'm hearing an entirely different set of concerns.
But-
And I don't think that the officer has constitutional rights he or she can invoke within 48 hours or after 48 hours. I think what they're pointing out is that we're more likely to get some useful information about who, what, why, basic details for purpose of investigation.
For purposes of the administrative investigation, not for the criminal investigation. We can't use that information if we order somebody to talk.
Yeah, Chief, could you say that piece again, because it's new information to me, and I think
There's
explaining that.
really two different, a criminal investigation, which I feel that we strongly need to do in these things. We need to look at this as it is a criminal investigation. We cannot order the officer that is involved in that incident to talk. If we order him to talk, then everything he says is nothing that the criminal aspect of this investigation can use. Only the administrative side can, but then we're no longer conducting a criminal investigation. We might as well just say that we just have an administrative investigation, and we're never going to look at an officer criminally for anything
Why is
they
that?
do.
That explains to me the legal piece about why that is so.
It's back to transactional immunity. We can't just say, talk a little bit here, and then let us get a little bit of information, but use it later on down the line criminally. Oregon doesn't have that. Oregon, if you give them immunity on one little thing, they have immunity across the board.
But are you saying to us that in interviewing an officer who may have the most relevant information at the scene, prior to determining there may be probable cause to conduct a criminal inquiry, you can't even ask basic questions that would facilitate the investigation because the officer can invoke a Fifth Amendment privilege to answering questions?
We do ask.
And that's what I was going to
Then,
add.
so the question is, back to Commissioner Saltzman's question, why the 48-hour delay?
There isn't.
There
So
isn't.
at every officer-involved shooting, before the officer is released from the scene, the detectives ask the question if they are willing to give a voluntary statement. It's because of the Fifth Amendment, and they are allowed to not provide that statement. If we then give an administrative order to give a statement, that immunity that is then given is carried over for every statement thereafter. So if there are issues of criminality involved, we will not be able to use that.
So what changes after 48 hours?
Nothing for us. Administratively is what we're talking about here with the 48-hour rule.
I think this is getting probably more complicated than it need be. Can you just tell us what is therefore the purpose of the 48-hour rule?
I think it was something contractually that says that internal affairs cannot ask questions of the officer until 48 hours have passed.
Right.
What is the city's view of the necessity of that provision?
Well, that provision is in the PPA contract, and the
Right, well,
city,
everything in the contract's been negotiated between the parties, so what is the city's view of the value of that clause?
What is the Bureau's view, I guess is what you're asking? Because
Nothing in the contract can be you can't have anything in the contract unless two parties have agreed to it. So what is the city's view of the value of a 48-hour rule?
I don't know what happened in those negotiations, so I don't know why the city agreed to the 48-hour rule.
Well, the negotiations are held by BHR, and BHR represents the Bureau's interest, and the chief is not part of that negotiation, and the Police Bureau, we are personally here not involved in that negotiation and not subject to the terms of those negotiations other than the outcomes.
So we have a 48-hour rule because someone in BHR thought it was important and did not consult with the police bureau?
It's in the current contract, and
in the prior
based on the,
contract.
And the
right,
prior
and
contracts.
based on the information provided to us, it was not something that BHR was going to take to arbitration. So that's a question to be answered by either BHR or by the city attorney, but I don't really think we can provide that answer.
So let me ask you just a slightly different question. What is the potential value of a 48-hour window prior to investigation? What is, from your point of view, the potential benefit of that? We've heard the case made for why it's out of step with other jurisdictions and the potential damage it does to an investigation. What's the other side of that you could share with us?
Well, if I might add, two things. Number one, we'd like to know the identity of those jurisdictions so we can review that policy and see if there's things that things administrative that we can learn from those agencies. I don't know what those agencies are, so if we could receive that, that'd be great. What we do, the value of the 48 hours is we are able to collect information. In other words, from the internal affairs side, prior to our interview, we like to collect as much information as we can and try to corroborate as much information as we can. So we'll have a review of evidence, we'll review witness statements, officer witness statements, citizen witness statements, and present a line of questioning that we think that is going to provide a thorough interview. It also allows the officer time if they've been hurt. We've had officers shot here recently. So although that's an outlier, it does provide some accommodation for that. But primarily, it's to help with present the best investigative interviews we can.
And from the other side of it, the humanistic side, there are some officers who have been involved in shootings who are fully capable of giving a statement fairly early in the incident. We have had other officers who have been absolutely traumatized to the point where being able to provide useful information at that point would not have netted us any value.
And that I completely understand. So let me ask the question in a different context. In the case of conducting an investigation, what is the impact on the quality of any investigation of delay? Because one of the points is made is that with the passage of time, memories fade or recollection is influenced by media reports or reconstructing or whatever. So what's the practical consequence of a delay in getting useful information in investigation? What kinds of things can happen?
I just want to keep this separate, though, as far as criminal and administrative. So I'm going to let you answer this because you're asking an administrative question.
Dave?
Because we do ask the questions, and they don't say anything to us that night. So I'll let Dave answer that question.
I'm bringing up the other Dave, sorry, but keep going.
So the question is, what is the value of the 48 hours?
No, what is the value of?
What's the downside of delay generally in conducting an effective investigation?
The downside, in my experience, usually information changes rapidly as we develop, as we continue to find more evidence, conduct more interviews. Some stories change than others. To ask if there's a downside, to ask an officer, hey, what happened? Can you explain to me what happened? I don't know that there's a downside to that. It's how do we get there? On my side of the house, the administrative side of the house, typically there will be a follow-up interview because typically in that short period of time, they may not exactly remember everything that occurred because adrenaline and all these other things that are happening. So,
And on the criminal side, there's a lot of information that's coming in within that first 4 to 6, 7, 8 hours we're out at the scene and we're trying to process and gather evidence. And in most typical cases, if there is such a thing, we have other witnesses who are able to provide enough information to guide us in the direction to gather the most information possible, so that when we do perform an interview, when we get a voluntary interview with the involved member, we're able to do one that is more thought out, that has more information provided to us, so we know what questions to ask. We know what we're looking for. We know what the evidence from the scene has told us, and now we're looking for information from the officer that will corroborate or not corroborate. I mean, it is a fact-finding time for us. That first 24 hours necessarily in processing a scene and gathering information is extremely valuable. And to jump way ahead of that and start asking questions when the basic picture is not even provided to the investigators yet is putting the cart in front of the horse.
And the process that we have now, if I might, is that in that 24-hour window, right now we do, in the last couple of cases where we've had a voluntary detective statement and interview, voluntary interview, and in that interview, the IA investigator is present in the room. They don't ask questions, they take notes. Once the voluntary interview given to detectives is completed, the detectives leave the room, and then the IA investigator will order the compelled statement for further policy questions, administrative questions, and follow up, any kind of training issues, those kinds of things. So what happens is, historically, 4 or 5 years ago, you would have a detective investigation, criminal investigation, which may take 3 or 4 months, and then you would have, Internal Affairs wouldn't interview them until maybe 6 months after the fact. Now we have the detective voluntary interview, the IA interview, conducted usually in a very, very short time period. So it has really accelerated our review process, and the quality of our interviews has really gone up. So.
I invited Dave Wobrell to come up in case you needed to throw any further light on the Garrity standard and what is afoot with this investigative window here.
I called down for Garrity. If you want a short lecture on what Garrity
Push the
is-
button. Wouldn't hurt.
If you want a short lecture on what Garrity is and how it affects us, I'm happy to do that. Garrity is the name of a case that announced a rule for the admissibility of evidence in criminal cases. Before Garrity, there was the general proposition that compelled statements compelled from a criminal defendant could not be admitted in evidence against them. It's the first Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination. Voluntary statements, of course, are admissible, but compelled are not. The case involved, Garrity itself involved an administrative investigation, which was paralleled by a criminal investigation. So you had an employer talking to their employee about events that were also of interest to a criminal prosecutor. The employer, by right, compelled a statement from the employee, and that information leaked over into the criminal investigation, allowing the criminal investigators to develop other evidence, which was then offered in as evidence in the criminal case by the prosecutor. So the fruits of the compelled statement were offered, and the court said, as a matter of the Fifth Amendment and criminal procedure, that can't happen. So Garrity requires then, if an employer is going to take a compelled statement from an employee, it needs to be firewalled off, and this is how most jurisdictions deal with it, firewalled off from the criminal investigation. A criminal defendant is entitled to challenge any evidence admitted against them for taint from the administrative investigation. And if they can establish that, in fact, there has been leakage from one to the other, the information that resulted, the evidence that resulted, is not available in the prosecution. So it's a rule of criminal law.
In Oregon?
Trials. Yes.
In Oregon?
Oregon, it's a principle that applies all across the country. It flows from the United States Constitution.
David, that was a wonderful short tutorial on that piece. So could you tell us how it relates to the 48-hour rule?
It's not directly related. It's related in this sense. If you take a compelled statement early, you have to be in anticipation of that rare case where there is a viable criminal prosecution out of the same event, you have to be very good. You have to be perfect in sealing the information from the compelled statement off from the criminal investigation. It requires the firewall, and that's an administrative, it's very difficult to do. Agencies that take statements earlier end up, for instance, in Phoenix, we went and looked at them. They house their administrative investigation people in completely separate facilities. They have to isolate them completely.
And is it, in your view, more likely that you can set up the firewall if you have 48 hours to set it up? Is that part of the thinking? Is that the logic?
Currently, we're taking these compelled statements.
Right.
And it's in a calmer
Is
setting.
there any relationship between the firewall that you have to have, for reasons that you've explained clearly, and the 48-hour delay?
No, except that in the hubbub immediately after the event, it's harder to, say you're out at a scene and you've got administrative investigators walking around with criminal investigators and people, rumors flying and all the rest of that. It's a tough setting in which to establish and maintain the firewall. In our setting, so later on, we're having these interviews in a calmer setting, you can, as an institution, you can maintain the firewall more easily, I think. There's less chance of error.
That's helpful, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for either our city attorney or our police bureau staff? Thank you all. We may have other questions later on, but we'll take public testimony next.
And I just have a question of Commissioner Novick, because the only other slight disagreements in the recommendations is number 10, which is that the city should consider requiring the Bureau of Emergency Communication dispatchers to attend critical incident management training, and the Police Bureau's response is the decision to require critical incident management training for BOAC employees ultimately lies with the commissioner who oversees BOAC and its director.
And yes, Lisa Turley says that BOAC does do what they call low-frequency, high-impact event training for BOAC people. And she doesn't recall a recent conversation with the police about whether that is insufficient, but she's happy to work with the auditor or with the police bureau to see if they think that additional training in addition to what BOAC already does is appropriate.
And you, as the commissioner in charge, would also be
Yes.
amenable. Yeah, just checking.
Okay, I understand that we may not have our OIR resource people here indefinitely this afternoon. So if there are other council questions for our consultants, this would be a good time to ask them. They'll stick around as long as they can.
Yeah, I don't have any further.
Any further questions for the OIR folks?
Well, just that there was reference to what other cities are doing with respect to the 48 hours. Could you make that information available to us and to the Bureau? What other cities, because you did reference that. You don't have to do that now, but I
Yeah,
guess.
and it was not actually in this report, but the previous one, but yeah, that's.
Okay, maybe it's previous report. If you could just provide that to us again, or maybe the
Yes,
auditor's office can provide that.
We've seen other agencies successfully thread this needle where in LA County, for example, the Sheriff's Department gets voluntary statements the night of. They don't wait 48 hours to get the statements. In LAPD, their officers have a tradition of not providing voluntary statements, so they get internal affairs statements that night. So there are large agencies that are successfully able to balance the criminal concerns, the administrative concerns, and the most important concerns, which is getting the information from the officer that night.
Well, but you heard the discussion before, and so, and Garrity's a federal rule. So, and there was some reference to, the chaotic nature of a crime scene and trying to maintain these firewalls. So just could you address that?
Crime scenes can be chaotic, but generally what happens, again, LAPD is a good model. The officer is escorted, chaperoned, kept by himself, and then if he declines to provide a voluntary statement, at the station, internal affairs is there, they're walled off from the criminal investigators, and they ask the officer, what happened? And it's pretty routine, and it doesn't impact the DA's ability to assess the criminality of the shooting at all in LA County, and it allows LAPD to learn that night what their officer had to say about the incident.
How do they protect against that information unduly influencing the criminal side and compromising someone's Fifth Amendment rights?
Commissioner Fish, they have two teams. They have the detective team that's looking at the criminality and processing the crime scene, and then they have an internal affairs team that's on the ready in case the officer declines to provide a voluntary statement. That internal affairs team does not have dialogue with the criminal team from that point forward. It can be done.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, then let's take public testimony. I assume you've got a sign-up sheet?
Yes, we have 20 people signed up. The first three, please come on up, are Mimi German, Teresa Rayford, and Malcolm Chaddock.
Okay, welcome, folks. As you heard, we typically allow 3 minutes for testimony. If you've heard somebody make your point with this many people signed up, then say so, and don't use your whole 3 minutes, but you're welcome to if you need to. We practice decorum in this room, so if you agree with somebody, feel free to give them a thumbs up or a wave, but we want everybody to have a chance to have their say, whether we agree with them or not, so we ask that we not have vocal demonstrations in the council in favor or against our fellow citizens. So with that, who's on first? Was Teresa first? Sorry? Were you first? I did. Go ahead, please.
All right. Well, hello, Charlie, and sorry, Amanda, about your loss, and good to see the rest of you guys. And I just want to say that at first, when I went to the meeting last night, I had just found about the meeting in the Rose Room regarding this report. We got to meet with the person who's a civil rights attorney, I think Michael Janako, who put it together. And as a community, we were able to engage and ask questions as we looked through it. But we were probably there for about 2 hours. So from the time that we received the information, which was yesterday, to the time that we had with him, that was the extent of the public communication that he mentioned that he had in regards to the information in his report. From your questions and some of the faces that I've seen here, I don't know how much time you guys had extensively with this reporting team or with the police to basically disagree or agree on some of the determinations and the recommended factors. And so with that being said, I think one of the things that they said when they first started was that community involvement needed to be a part of this for this to be a complete report. And that's how I felt that it was brought to me, that the public policy and the benefit to the public would be determined as a factor that would help bridge an opportunity for some of these recommendations to be implemented in our current policy. Without our knowledge, I don't think that we have the value to push you guys to push the Portland Police to adopt these recommendations. He said that just because they have the recommendations does not mean that there has to be implementation of them. And that's because you guys have a memorandum of understanding that basically gives them that type of opportunity. Also, I wanted to say that I know that we have the independent police review that basically hired this team to create this report. Now, without the power of what the police have as far as accountability and measuring the accountability and having oversight and some type of governing force that basically says what was done was right or wrong, then that doesn't give us any value through the independent police review except for a liaison between the city and the police department in regards to bringing in this type of information. So I don't know if they're just a statistic office that brings in investigative information, takes complaints, and then gives them to another governing body that basically has to identify the outcomes of those. But I think that that doesn't make any sense and it doesn't support our community. I think that as a commission that you guys need to look into creating a civilian oversight that could work independently of the Portland Bureau and of the IPR and in partnership with the city to find out how we can work together to create a safer community through public safety channels for the citizens of Portland.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hi, Malcolm Chaddock. Thanks for having me up. I don't have prepared remarks for this. It came up rather quickly, so I'm speaking pretty much off the top of my head. The issues covered in this report are on the national stage right now all over the country, and my organization is in the forefront of it in Ferguson. Our executive director is there supporting people's struggle for justice. And here in Portland, Veterans for Peace will support this struggle as well. The report is an interesting document as far as it goes, but my feeling, based upon my limited exposure at this time, is that some of the questions that weren't asked were some of the most important ones. The fact that they were evaluating a situation from the point of view of, I don't want to say this wrong, and it may come out wrong. What I'm trying to say, or I'm trying to get towards, is that I didn't feel the root causes of why we're talking about should we be calling an ambulance were being addressed. The fact that in, for example, the chassis case, we were talking at one point in that conference room about the relative number of, for example, baton blows in another case would be subduing, and then past what point would that be punishment instead of actually, trying to subdue somebody? And my question for them was, well, how many boot heels, how many broken ribs is procedural? Why aren't we talking about that instead of whether or not this man was given proper access to health care on the spot? These are questions I think a lot of people have. And as a member of the community, I hope to help identify and amplify those questions for you so that we can try and make more of a dent in this problem. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mimi Gurman, and I want to say that because there's such a lack of citizen input with this report and reports in the past, I feel that is why our police state in Portland is the way that it is. And I'm here today to ask for accountability and real accountability. I quote you, Mayor Hales, from an article this week. "The first thing we cannot tolerate is anyone being injured." This is regarding the protests. "Public safety for all Portlanders, demonstrators, and bystanders alike is paramount." But you did tolerate injury by our police. You tolerated a concussion bomb being thrown into a very, even in that moment, passive moment, nobody was even doing anything, and that got lobbed in there, and people got injured, and you tolerated that. Public safety was denied at that protest. Civil rights were denied at that protest. Mayor Hales, I believe that you are in charge of a regime at this point that is so militarized, and it is called the Portland Police Department. It is oppressive to the citizens in Portland. In the words sent to me recently by Ramona Africa of the MOVE organization in Philadelphia, where I'm from, whose house was blown up by the mayor of Philadelphia in 1986, she says, "We have to take strong stands against injustice, no matter who it's directed at or who is guilty of the injustice." I came today to demand accountability. I came here today to ask Mayor Hales either for your arrest or resignation for crimes of terrorism against the citizens of Portland from the police. You and your police have terrorized an entire community, and you've done nothing to curtail the policies that only protect the police and injure the people. 3 Wilson sympathizers from Ferguson here for the Ferguson police remain on the force and at our protests. Racial profiling is still condoned by you and by the people who sat here from the Portland Police Department. This cannot be condoned any longer. I ask now for immediate accountability for the police killings, which could and should start with either your arrest or resignation so we can reboot this system in a correct way. The OIR recs are not good enough. We demand accountability, not words like should. This stuff needs to occur. These changes have to happen so that nobody gets killed on the streets anymore. There is no middle ground, Mayor, which you said today. There's only right and wrong when it comes to the police killing people. There is a right way, a wrong way to conduct themselves, and they have shown us the wrong way. We are reclaiming the streets because black men and boys should be able to leave their homes and not be killed for being black. Black is not a crime. Black has become a death warrant in our city, and we will not recede until black is free to walk the streets without fear of arrest or death. We accept civil rights, equal rights, and human rights only in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next 3.
Next 3 are Joe Walsh, Michael Mio, and Sylvia Zingerser.
All right, well, if you don't mind, Mr. Walsh, we'll take somebody else first. Sylvia, go ahead.
I'm Sylvia Zingasur, and I'm a NAMI family member, but I'm here as a citizen. And a lot of you know that I've been on the CIT and the TAC.
Right.
And I've been watching this happen. I had this written out, but I've changed what I'm going to say, okay? Listening to the OR report, it solidifies that to me that we need to have a quality assurance program, and I know that we're headed that direction. And had we had a quality assurance program in the past, we could have picked up what I call near misses, or when these are outliers, shootings are outliers. And I just want to encourage that we continue in that fashion. At some point, Mayor Hales, I would like to sit down and talk with you personally.
Good, thank you.
Could we do that?
I think we can do that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Appreciate you coming. Mr. Mew, go ahead.
Thank you. I have every intention of speaking directly to you, Mr. Hales, but I'll start off with a little history. 20 years ago, I agree, you were not in elective office at that time.
Oh, actually, I was.
Fine. 20 years ago or so, Mr. Hales, a hostage was taken in our city, and he died from police bullets. The Portland Police Bureau had a hostage situation, and they went in there shooting. And they killed the hostage taker all right, but they killed a 12-year-old boy. And we asked ourselves, oh my goodness, how could the police go into a hostage situation shooting? Well, it's because we've still got the same mentality from the police, Mr. Hales. Your employees, the people you supervise, still tell us that their bodily injury is more important than serving the community. You have done nothing positive to forward police accountability since you took office. And the latest objection that I have to your behavior is the universal, all five of you, not universal, what is it? Unanimous, yes. Unanimous decision to object to a federal judge asking to look once a year at what Portland has done for police accountability. In the face of 20 years of procrastination, in the face of granite-like objections from the mayor, I am in my third day of a hunger strike, which takes place in the mayor's office. I will be striking and not eating until we get a positive action from the chief of the person responsible for the police of this city, Mayor Charlie Hales. I will now leave and go back to sitting in his office.
Mr. Walsh?
My name is Joe Walsh. I represent Individuals for Justice. One of the things I said to Commissioner Fritz some time ago is that if you think we are a pain in the neck, the next wave is really going to be bad. And you're seeing it. You're seeing it at Ferguson. You're seeing it here. And what's the reaction of our police force? The reaction of our police force is to throw bombs at people that are protesting in the streets. There was a city in Tennessee that gave the protesters chocolate, milk, hot chocolate, and water. There was no violence, none. They got along really well together. Did we get along really well together? You could take these reports over and over and over again, all 21 recommendations. They're going to end up on a shelf. We've been doing, this is the third report. And we went to a meeting last night and found out there was no community input. None. This report was finished. So here we are again. We got the report. You're going to accept it. And we are here saying to you, we got a problem, folks. And I'm telling you, if you think I'm a pain in the neck, you watch the young people coming in back of me, because I'm getting ready to retire. Good news, folks. However, bad news for you, because they're more radical than I am.
Okay, thanks. Okay, next three.
Arden Handelman, King Bishop Stylesy, and Mary Eng.
Hey,
Good
Dan.
afternoon, Mayor Hales and council. I was wondering, since this report is 120 pages long, that gives me 1.5 seconds a page. May I have 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor?
Well, we'll give you a little extra time. Your organization spends a lot of time paying attention to this.
Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, I'm Dan Handelman with Portland Cop Watch, and I'm not going to read the prepared remarks that I've handed in. I'm just going to kind of give broad brush stuff and hope maybe you'll have some follow-up questions. Our two major concerns about this report, as much as we support the recommendations and the work that the OIR has done and the transparency this provides, our two major concerns are, number one, that their solution to the problem of poor investigations that aren't as complete as the chief claims they are, or when they're working with the East County Crimes Team, is not to ask for more civilian investigations. We have the Independent Police Review Division. They have just gained a slightly more power to supposedly do independent investigations, though they still have to go through the Bureau to do it. Many people in the community have been asking for years for these shootings and deaths to be investigated by civilians and not by other police. And that should be a recommendation from OIR, and it's not. The other thing is that in their last report, they covered the Keaton Notice case. This time they talked about the issue of Mr. Johnson, the man who had a seatbelt off. What wasn't mentioned is he was in the back seat of the car. And can anybody in this room raise their hand if you've ever been ticketed for having a seatbelt off in the back seat of a car? Anybody? Okay. So my question is, once the car was pulled over, the driver didn't have insurance. It was a Cadillac with no taillights. Was it racial profiling that they tried to ticket the man in the back seat who happened to be a black man, who then ran away from them when he realized that they knew he wasn't who he claimed to be? And they ended up dying because they thought he was faking being out of breath. Was it racial profiling? OIR Group did not ask that question, even though we asked them to pursue that question after the Keaton Notice case. Another issue that they raised, but they didn't really talk about a way to fix it, is the lack of follow-through afterwards, the lack of discipline, the lack of remedial action, they called it, for anything, redoing training, redoing policy stuff. That can be solved by the person who's been injured or their survivors having the ability to file an appeal with the Citizen Review Committee to the findings of the Police Review Board and the chief, which they can do in every other kind of police misconduct case except for shootings, which makes no sense at all, because then that way the CRC can help identify those issues and the Bureau can deal with them. And I do want to point out that in one of the disagreements, in one of the places where the Bureau said they agreed, actually, was that after a Police Review Board, what the OIR Group said is that the Professional Standards Division should go to the officer and say, you were found in policy or you were found out of policy, and then explain all the things that the board talked about, the training, the tactical decisions that were made that were good or bad. So there's a debriefing about the shooting. And the Bureau's response was, we already give them the finding the day of the hearing. But they didn't say anything about the debriefing. So they didn't answer the question. And there's quite a number of examples of that where the Bureau doesn't seem to have understood the recommendations, and I'm going to enumerate them in a longer analysis later. So we're also faced with this problem of how the OIR reports are generated in the first place. Historically, you may remember, when the IPR was first created, there was not going to be any look at shootings or deaths at all. And Jose Mejia was shot in a psychiatric hospital by Portland police, and the community demanded that there be a review of shootings. And what we ended up with is this outside agency coming in every year and looking at the shootings, and as the auditor described to you, it used to take a lot longer, and luckily we're almost caught up. We're at 2011, but it's 2014. These kinds of reviews should be happening as the investigation is happening. We shouldn't be waiting till after everything is closed down. We would get more thorough investigations if somebody was looking over their shoulders appropriately. So on that note, IPR has been going out to the scenes of these shootings and sitting in on the investigation since 2010, yet their name is only mentioned once in this entire report and has nothing to do with the investigations. It has to do with a task force that was set up that they weren't invited to be part of. And I asked the OIR if they could include, and they said they would next time, how many times IPR has pushed the Bureau to ask more questions. how effective is it for us to have this independent agency involved in these investigations if the Bureau is not doing thorough investigations still? I also really want to point out that when Mr. Johnson died, one of the things that happened was that he was already in a police car. He had run away from the original site. Other police officers followed the cops to that site, put him in their car, and then in the process of transferring him from one car to the other, there was a huge struggle, which may have led to his death. And I don't understand why, once he was in the police car, why didn't that police car just take him to the hospital or to jail, which they were trying to do? Can I have another minute, Mr.
Go ahead,
Mayor?
sure.
Thank you very much. And one of the other issues that you've talked about here today was the commander's memo. And while I understand why it's an important exercise for the supervisor of the officer involved in the shooting to go through and pull this all to one place, if you eliminate that step, then the community concern that the commander, who has already recommended a finding, gets then to vote on the police review board, and this has a second bite at the apple, we would not be concerned about that anymore, because then the commander will not be having a second bite. So I think you should strongly consider that recommendation to eliminate that step and find another way to do it. And the very long, protracted discussion you had about the 48-hour rule, we really want to see this go away. You know, the community's been talking about this for many years, and we have discussed before, Commissioner Fritz, the issue about Garrity and transactional immunity. And what transactional immunity means is that if you compel the officer to say something, even if you get that information from some other place, you can't use it to prosecute them because you compelled that from them. So you could, in theory, separate the two investigations, have the administrative investigation, only ask questions about their tactics, which has nothing to do with their criminal liability. Or, since we have seen 120 deadly force incidents in our 23 years as Portland Cop Watch, and only one indictment in the entire history of the Portland Police for a person who mistakenly loaded live rounds in a beanbag shotgun, maybe we could just not worry so much about the indictment, because it's never happening anyway. So let's just go ahead and compel the testimony on the day of the thing, on the day of the shooting, and we'll find out if the officer is out of policy right away.
Thanks. One thing I just want to affirm, I've been at the scene since I've been mayor for all but one of the officer-involved shootings that have occurred, and the IPR staff was on scene right away. I mean, so in future reports, whoever does them, you're correct, we ought to be finding out what their role was it effective, you know, et cetera. So I think that, I'm not sure exactly when that change happened. It occurred before I became mayor.
2010.
But yeah, so it happened at about the end of this particular series of incidents. But now it's the norm. And so we have to see how the norm is working, and that needs to come from IPR as well as from anybody that's looking over our collective shoulder. So I appreciate that suggestion. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm King Bishop Styles, and new kid on the block, and the thorn in the side that the gentleman was talking about earlier. I represent the Three Kings of Portland, and will be addressing matters of importance to the Black collective of the metropolitan area, as well as community of Portland as a whole, in being human beings before we are anything else. I do commend the work being done thus far by the OIR agency, and I do firmly request that the community be heard in writing as a part of the recommendation process. While on the outside it seems that maximum effort is being put forth to deal with the issues of officer-involved shootings and in-custody deaths, I have experiences as of this afternoon that there is still a lack of transparency and room to run and hide due to irresponsible actions with law enforcement. Let it be known with great consequence that this issue is not only a local, but a national and even worldwide. We are not only here for those in the community who are mentally ill, but all genders, ages, and colors. In the wake of the tragedy in Ferguson with Mike Brown, and even more recently with the non-indictment of the officer who choked Eric Garner to death over a cigarette in New York, we call for you to set the national standard in police being held accountable for use of deadly force. Ending over-policing and criminalization of poverty, have a representative police force and intentional officer training, provide a true right to protest, move to pass national end racial profiling legislation, push for a congressional hearing investigating the criminalization of communities of color, and include community recommendations in the report. Allow sufficient time for community review of the report. Abolish the 48-hour time span that an officer has before being interviewed after lethal force is used. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Ms. Ng, welcome.
Good afternoon, City Council. I wanted to give you a
Oh,
chance.
just put your name in the record.
Oh,
Mary.
yeah, my name is Mary Eng. I would like to give you a chance to collaborate with those members of the United States Congress who put their hands up in solidarity with the Don't Shoot. So feel free, any one of you, unanimous or not, to express hands up, don't shoot, and what it stands for. One thing I heard in the race talks that Copwatch spoke at was the activist who talked about always keeping your hands on the steering wheel. You don't want to be grabbing for a candy bar, a Cliff Bar, a cell phone, that sort of thing. I want to also thank our officers for their work with the Sunshine Division. I know my next door neighbor's cat is hungrier than usual due to my inability to get over there and get some cat food. And I think in some ways if we encouraged our officers to engage in more humanitarian activities, we could break down some of the racial prejudice and cultural prejudice that is afflicting our community. I wanted to bring up the Kafuri settled Cox case in which the Portland police dragged Cox away from Portland Fire paramedics. I tweeted this out to the mayor after you had condemned the monetary damages. And I think the Portland Fire whistleblower paramedic who was confident enough in his nursing certification to write up a report of this unusual conduct on the part of the Portland police was lauded in the courtroom and is an unsung hero. I probably have his name written down in my notes, but we should really reach out to him and thank him for seeing someone in need of medical attention when the Portland police wanted to throw him back in the cop car. My mom was a nurse at MCDC. When officers brought in people with gashed heads, you know what she said? Send them to a hospital. But she's concerned that there are nurses who are in breach of their Hippocratic duty in terms of colluding and collaborating with officer misconduct, brutality incidences. And then I also wanted to point out that with the Kendra James killing, when the officers go out to dinner after shooting as they're enjoying this luxurious 48 hours to talk it over, I suggest they go to Veggie Grill, which offers plant-based cuisine, and focus on nonviolence, focus on respect for all forms of life, including animals. In Hong Kong, they arrested officers for beating protesters. And what a shame it would be to say that the Republic of China has more respect for human life than we do here in Portland. We know the DA is too weak to prosecute officers and prefers to punitize National Lawyers Guild observers as well as disabled people. Thank you, Mr. Fish, for your inquiry on the 48 hours. I was impressed by your interrogation tactics. I think you were doing a great job. And yeah, you know I could talk for hours. If any of you guys ever want to talk to me, my number is 971-222-9558. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks very much, all of you.
The next three are Michael Withy, Crystal, and Melissa.
Okay, come on up. Mr. Withy, go ahead. I think you're first.
Mike Withy. Well, this really comes down to you, Mr. Mayor. You're the one in charge of the police department. You're the police commissioner. We hired you to do the job. Things have not gotten any better for the 2 years you've been in office. You know, we could talk about the shootings. We could talk about stranglings that the police do, but they provoke all sorts of crimes. They provoke crimes in the city of Portland. If they choose to not like you, I have personally witnessed it many times over. They will provoke people they don't like and cause crime to happen, in their opinion. So one thing that I've really noticed today is this 48-hour rule. It's obvious, there's obviously a big problem with the 48 rule. I hope that you take serious consideration into changing that, abolishing that. But I do have a question. The question that I have is, who really runs it? Who runs the Portland Police Department? Is it you or is it them? Is it the union that runs the City of Portland Police Department, or is it the mayor? I believe that it's the police department that runs the police department. Their union seems to be able to dictate to this council what the rule is going to be, and they get away with it. Why the public has to come here and ask you why there's a 48-hour rule is beyond me. It's something that you guys, especially attorneys that represent the city that are on the council, should have asked this years ago. Anybody knows that the first 24 hours after a crime is when you get all your information. I just heard the chief of detectives say that the best thing that they could do, the reason that he likes the 48-hour rule is that it gives them time to get information and then come to him with the information they have. Typically, they would ask a criminal, what happened? What's your defense? So things seem to be a little bit backwards. So I can honestly say, I moved here from Philadelphia. I moved to the West Coast because it's less dangerous. It's more forgiving. It's a kinder place. But it's really not. The police in Philadelphia are just as dirty and just as cruel as the police in Philadelphia. And it's your job as commissioner of police, irregardless of what the union wants, to do something about what's wrong. And I expect you to do it. I'm not hoping you do it. I expect you to do it.
Thank you. Thanks. Ms. Linsky, welcome.
My name is Crystal Elinsky. I represent 10,000. Commissioners Novick, Fritz, former Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Saltzman, Commissioner Fish. I am interested in the fact that we are speaking about shootings, deadly force, only shootings, and I don't understand why we live in a culture where we have so many guns. I've never understood it. And even when you come to City Hall to speak peacefully and to help out, there are people present in the room with guns that I do not trust any more than the average person, really, but especially because they happen to be Portland police officers. So I think that we continue to talk about culture, and deadly force is just the next step with heavy-handed tactics. And that's what I see all the time. I mean, I'm a sweet-looking white woman, even though I've had some bad experiences. It hasn't gotten to deadly force, so I can see how it would escalate there. So my own personal experience is that this is sort of ridiculous, that this is how we approach it, with little recommendations, constant pontification, hypothetical pontifications about what we could do when what I see on the ground is very real. Everybody serves the police. This city, the police don't serve the people. The city serves the police. They run with pure impunity, and that's the way it's been. And we need to first talk about that before we can get anywhere else. So changing the culture is one thing, but we were talking about hiring practices. I think it would be swell to start all over again. Why do we continue to hire the people we do? They're all pretty much the same. And I understand they're nice police officers, but when you're in a culture where you can't be a whistleblower, it makes it really hard. Hiring versus training, you really can't train that out of people. When I spoke to every single, there were multiple law enforcement officers on Saturday night, and every single one I told them, I wish you would go through the same treatment that we're going through now. I wish you knew what it felt like. And one of them said, if we did, we couldn't be police officers because it would be on our record. Oh, the irony. I said, many of us would be better police officers than you. I'm a good shot. I'm pretty good, but I don't believe in guns. So as far as the individual recommendations, we talked about that emergency vehicles, and my experience with EMS and others, fire, they do what the cops tell them to do. That's how it is. So it doesn't matter what you write down, that has to be changed.
Even in hospital, when I've been in hospital, instead of being treated for my injuries, my police injuries, or addressing my disability, as I always say from the beginning, I'm protected by the ADA. Can I have a little bit more time?
No, I want you
I'm
to wrap
almost
up.
done.
Go
Mhm.
ahead, wrap up.
Okay. Instead of addressing my disability, they tested me for drugs, they gave me psych eval, and they tortured me by not allowing me to use the phone, etc. So that was the EMS. And then with the dogs, it reminds me of Albuquerque, but here in Portland, we're known for our horses and how they crush people. I just don't think that that's even discussion, to use a dog as a threat to bite someone. And then technology, quoting the police panel, we need to ask if we're going to make the situation worse by our actions, and that's why we have technology. Well, technology it's a techno fix. It just makes it even more complicated and worse, and our technology is becoming more of a police state, basically. So finally, let's see. Sunshine Division, by the way, it's all genetically modified food. I wouldn't eat it. So gosh, there's one last thing. Right, so I just wanted to point out that Mayor Potter was a police chief, and even though he had a leg up on you, I think it would behoove you to apologize like he used to the community. I think that would be really, really helpful, and that's a good start instead of the navel gazing.
Thanks, Crystal. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Melissa Sason, and I'm coming to speak before you all and for the public on concerns on a human issue. I believe that there are good police officers. I believe there are good councilmen, good mayors, good government officials. But doing the right thing is in question in all of these instances. I believe that we are becoming pawns to a bigger game. The game is to put man against man, like the art of war, divide and conquer, where everybody is divided and they don't see the good in the police that are protecting the citizens, where there are corruptness and people hiding the facts and doing the things that they are taught to do, the right thing to do. I believe that they were to be peace officers, not to be called on a routine call to come and check on an investigation on a person that was threatening to commit suicide on a concerned relative or girlfriend, and to come in and just, here, let me do you a favor and kill you for yourself. Let me do it for you. That is not right, and that is violating the rights of the people. I believe that the people are actually being attacked. The people, the humans are being attacked because their rights are being violated. The police officers' rights are being violated, like in Ferguson case. They were not given the proper information to the public to avoid the conflict that was caused and the contention that was caused and the negative attention that was brought upon by the people to destroy their own city that they live in. They live in that city and they are not even seeing the issues at hand. And that is not their fault because they know not what they do. And it's a bigger concern on a national level about the GMO and all the poisons and toxins in the food and the immunizations that are causing these chemical deficiencies in people to raise these problems and bring forth these problems and these issues because they're not being taken care of properly. So my concern is that we need to hold the police accountable that are responsible for this issue, train the police that are responsible and that will be responsible to withhold the peace for the citizens and to train them properly and for everybody to know what the policies are and not have some middleman like, oh, it's this person's fault or this person's fault. There should be one way to do it. If I killed someone, I would be questioned and charged, but a police officer is not being held that way. So I believe that's wrong. It's a human issue, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Mayor, I have one question for you. I have to ask. I was with a group of people Saturday night, and we were on the sidewalk. I was right next to K2. I was right next to Dennis Thoreau. The police ordered everybody arrested. They ordered everybody on the sidewalk to move to the middle of the street that we were under arrest. Did you give that order?
No.
So it was your police department.
Chief Reese was present.
So it was your police department that made a choice that you are going to have to pay for. My point
arrived
is.
later. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
next
Severson
three
said
are
he was going to do his
Michelle.
investigation, but Detective
The next
Severson,
three are Michelle Munt.
he already made
I
his.
believe the first name is Avel or Ann Elid, and Barry Joe Stoll.
Okay, come on up. Good afternoon. Go ahead.
My name is Michelle Munt, and yeah, I think the Portland police that I witness is very injurious to people. In the last year, I've seen several incidents of the tissue is the issue. For Amanda, the nursing point of view, the tissue is the issue. They're hurting people's bodies, and I see it with my own eyes every month or so. And I just don't want to go into it now. Everyone's saying it really well, but it's social control that the whole militarization is doing in our whole country. And it is the police against the people. And I'm just going to say it that way. It's pretty obvious. The police are against the people. We are being put against each other, and I'm glad we're noticing. I'm going to tone myself down against the police because I don't want to play into the game of me fighting against my own citizen against the police. So I don't want to be us to be made enemies, all of us citizens against each other. So the social control is working really well. The horses came after us on Tuesday night, charging us under on Water Avenue, right less than a mile from here. And then again on Saturday, and I saw the police shoving and giving women whiplash just on Tuesday night. So I think we have social control by the police, and I'm not in favor of it, but neither am I in favor of me taking them as an enemy. I think we're being played to fight amongst each other, to sell weapons, et cetera.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Ilia, and I'm speaking on behalf of the homeless in this case. First, I do believe that the 48-hour rule should be abolished simply because the police are dealing with our civil rights. And police rights should not trump civil rights in any case. Beyond this, the homeless of Portland, Oregon, do not feel that they have any representation and review of police process against them. As you're well aware, the homeless community is multiracial, multicolored, sometimes physically, financially, or psychologically disadvantaged. And police activity viewed by the homeless is not considered benign. And we are asking for some input through a police review board to be able to address the issues between the homeless and the police insofar as the city is concerned. I would also like to remind you, Mr. Mayor, that the police do not have a right to evict the homeless from the street of Portland. This city belongs to us as much as it belongs to you. And police violence against the homeless, whether for any reason, is just as bad as police violence against any other citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Mr. Stoll.
Barry Joe Stoll. I'm going to kind of jump in the middle here with the cover letter for the 2012 OIR report here, and it's at my request. This is the city auditor. At my request, the 2004 Perez case was also included in the current review because it was the oldest of the incidents eligible for expert review, and because that incident generated intense community concern and contributed to the Police Bureau establishing the Use of Force Review Board. Mr. Perez was an unarmed black motorist that was shot dead in St. John's here in the city in March of 2004. The officer who shot him, Jason Seri, had an encounter with me. It started with now Sergeant Cliff Bocciagalupi, who I know you're all familiar with. knocking on my door, and Officer Sari putting in his police report that I said I'd beat him in court. I was protected under the Oregon Medical Marijuana Act. And the damning language in that police report was that the issue of Stephen Dons came up, and it sounded like I had inside information. Stephen Dons died in custody of the Multnomah County Detention Center jail after a shootout with the Portland police in 1998, and we have Colleen Weibel on the police memorial wall that establishes the date that that happened. I had a trial scheduled for April 20th, 2004, and I got a call from Deputy DA Sewell down here at the courthouse, and he said that he did me a favor and didn't have a warrant issued for my arrest for missing court. And I said, what are you talking about? We're scheduled for a call on April 19th and trial on April 20th. And he says, oh, there must be some kind of a court mix-up. I just happened to be in the courtroom, he said, when Judge Gernot called our case. We're going to have to reschedule. Well, on April 20th, instead of my trial, we had the coroner's inquest into the fatal shooting of James Jahar Perez. I did have a trial in June, and Dr. Grimm was not allowed to testify to the jury using a case called State versus Owenby. I got a felony conviction, and I appealed, and the Court of Appeal found in 2005 that the Owenby rationale had been made obsolete by the very same Oregon Medical Marijuana Act that I was protected by. My appeal was interfered with, however, by my nonprofit affordable housing landlord filing a 30-day no-cause eviction, and then as I appealed the eviction, destroying over $20,000 worth of my property on two distinct episodes, one in March of 2006 and again in October 2006. Mayor, you're partnering as the Portland Development Commission and the Portland Housing Bureau with that nonprofit affordable housing landlord. And they've been keeping that fiveplex that I've been evicted from vacant for 3 years, which means there's over $100,000 worth of affordable housing rent that hasn't been offered. And I believe that the reason that Housing Commissioner Dan Saltzman is partnershiping with this corrupt criminal PCRI is that that's the kickback for them trying to destroy me to cover up, one, that Officer Sari wasn't always right, and two, that Colleen Weibel was in fact shot by the trigger-happy police officers on the marijuana task force.
You need to wrap up.
So I was arrested starting in July 14th, 2012, twice on the 17th and twice on the 19th. And the second time, on the 19th, the ambulance was dispatched. And Sergeant Holbrook came and said, we got your ride here, Mr. Stahl, and I was taken to the jail. Now, the one thing I have in common with James Chassey Jr. is both of us had refused medical attention, refused medical treatment, entered into the record on our behalf by the City of Portland employees. I actually had summoned that ambulance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You got to stop this corruption.
Thank you.
I would love to have a meeting with you about my check for $4,775. I did send you a letter. You have that. It's from October 15th.
Thanks very
I would
much.
like to meet with you, and I would like Commissioner Saltzman to address the fact that we have affordable housing that's
Sir,
vacant right now.
You have used your time. I will look at a letter. Thank you. Thank you
I
for coming.
certainly have used my time.
Thank you.
And I've got a case in federal court right now, and I would love to have a settlement. And that would be that you're going to stop the criminality that's been laid and meted out on me. And all those arrests from July are going to be reversed on appeal because the Portland Police Bureau refused to accept my defense witness subpoenas.
Okay, thank you.
This is serious.
Good luck. Take care.
Thank you so much for your time.
The next three are Gregory Benton, David Davis, and Charles Johnson.
Okay, I think you're first. Go ahead, please.
Oh, I'm first, okay. My name is Gregory Benton.
Just push the button on that microphone in front of you so we can hear you. There you go.
My name is Gregory Benton. I was asked by Teresa Rayford, who I like to refer the rest of my time. I'll be extremely brief. Regarding the 40 hours before they do an investigation, you can easily resolve that in your negotiation with the police union, but you may want to include testing the bloods of police officers after each incident. It's something you should do on a regular basis. I don't know if you even tested police blood. In the past, you hadn't. One of the things that we're really talking about is that people with their hands up, Ferguson situation that happened in the past with African-American youth being killed. I want to refresh your memory. And the young man who was choked in New York to death by police officers. Now, you think Ferguson's far away and New York's far away. In the 70s, we had a decorated Marine, Vietnam veteran who was choked to death by police officers. And the next day, the police officers had a choke 'em, don't smoke 'em t-shirt that they appealed to. They provide a culture. You know that Mr. Brown had his hands up in the Don't Shoot incident. Mr. Aaron Campbell also had his hands up in the Don't Shoot incident. In each one of these incidents, the city had an opportunity to remove the police officers responsible for these acts from duty. They didn't do it. I sued the city of Portland twice. I'm in a situation of suing them again. The first time I sued them had to do with the violation of the Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights. We did settle it. One of the officers who was attending that in that incident was Officer Freshour. One of the things he said during his depositions was, you people don't know your rights. We know your rights. We do what we want to do. As long as they think that you will allow them to do what they want to do, as long as you protect them like you did Freshour, I don't know how much money you spent defending him, and then you turn around and try to fire him. So I have 1 minute left. I'm going to let that to Teresa Rayford. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, go ahead. Why don't we wait till the end, let others testify first who haven't gotten a chance to speak yet? Teresa?
Hands up! Don't shoot! 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 My hands are 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 up! Don't shoot!
Okay, Mr. Davis, go ahead. All right. Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
You ready for me? Yeah, okay. For the record, my name is Charles Johnson, and there's so many areas we can go with this 100 some odd pages, but I think we'll just ad-lib it and talk about one issue that came up, which is definitely related to officer-involved shootings, regardless of whether it's covered in the scope of this report. And that question is, where do the bullets go, and why do we keep letting them get fired? That, I think, the problem with this report structure and the previous year's report structure is it's a little choppy and isolated, and we don't get what we really need is not a report where a consultant tells us how we can better build police justification for killing our fellow citizens. What we need to do is a harm reduction study so that the police kill less of our citizens, and in some legitimate cases, less of our citizens put themselves in situations where they're at risk from our police. Those situations should never be peaceful protests about the flaws of the grand jury system. But in 48 hours, people will be back over on, I believe it's 6th Avenue, just off of MLK by the McDonald's, and we'll be standing by scarred walls with Portland police bullets took a chunk out in the death of Keaton Otis. And the way this report was presented in the Rose Room and today, I really don't know if my fellow citizens should be satisfied that they're getting their money's worth towards the real goals of harm reduction. As Ms. Fritz pointed out, we somehow believe that we can have people sworn to uphold the law, serve and protect us, and yet they're too clueless to administer CPR to dying people. That does not build confidence in the police. We should, as citizens, demand both action, and that action should be based on a comprehensive report that puts all the questionable police conduct together, not just for the benefits of the Kaforis, for them to make us as citizens, because when the Kaforis win a lawsuit against you, what's really happening is all of us are paying, the citizens are paying to the victim because we did not work with you to have safe and accountable policing. And so I hope that you won't accept this report, that it doesn't do what the city should have done with its money. It doesn't really get us past the issue of legal technicalities and hemming and hawing, and just get to the point of we want a police department that, regardless of whether or not they can have 48 hours of silence, does less harm, is less likely to throw flashbangs around Pioneer Square and Macy's, and is less likely to corner citizens a block away from the police department and go through some dramatic shenanigans about get on the sidewalk, get off the sidewalk, and then take people into custody for no point. There's a general lack of confidence in the policing, and this report does not address it. So I look forward to you working to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Davis, you're on. Just put your name in the record, Mr. Davis.
My name is David Keefe Davis, K-I-F Davis. One thing I wanted to say was there's the TV show, The First 48 Hours, and it talks about how murders are not solved and that the decrease of solving them goes down within the first 48 hours. So basically, by having a 48-hour rule with the police, you're making it less likely that the real evidence will come out, and that there's less likelihood of there being a clear train of thought when the police officers are involved in a shooting. And you guys brought up the issue about them possibly being traumatized. Well, you know, 48 hours to ponder something over is just going to make the testimony less reliable and the facts less reliable. I think the 48 hours is more for officers to get their story straight than for actually public safety issues. And also, you know, I spoke here last week about the I Am Darren Wilson police, and also Hart Noecker, who is a journalist for Rebel Metropolis. He wrote an article about those cops. I was one of the 10 people arrested at the protest, as was Hart Noecker. His officer who signed the paperwork for him being arrested was one of the officers, and that officer was actually at the East Precinct where all of us were at. And I'm a member of the press. I clearly identified myself as a member of the media. I told them I'm a producer for the Opperman Report, and I'm also a member of Multnomah County Cop Watch, and also a member of Film the Police Portland. One of the other people that was arrested was Robert West. He is also someone that works with Film the Police Portland. So I think that basically we were targeted because we did not do anything unlawful. All we did was document the event, including Hart Noecker, including Robert West, and including me. So you have 3 members of the alternative media that were arrested. And that's a war on journalism, and that's a violation of our First Amendment rights. And also, you know, it is against the law to federally conspire. It's against federal law to conspire against people and their First Amendment. And it's punishable by up to 10 years in prison.
Thank you. Thanks very
And
much.
the fact that alternative media was targeted, and also, you know, they said that Dennis, the news editor of the Mercury, was detained. Well, the reality of the situation was he was under arrest too. He might have been arrested at one point, and then it moved down to detain, but everyone was technically put under arrest. When we had all 4 blocks,
We need to let other
all
people
4
speak, Mr.
blocks
Davis.
taken over by the police and kettled in to the middle of the street. And the police clearly announcing we were under arrest, that means that we were all under arrest.
Thanks very
So
much.
everyone
We need to-
from
We need to let other people speak now. We need to let other people speak. Okay, got that point. Thank you. No, 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 please let people speak.
Police was arrested recently in Washington County in Beaverton for filming the police.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He went to prison, or to jail for 2 weeks over that. Demetrius Cooper.
Sorry to hear it. Now we need to let other people speak. Thanks.
People that are trying to hold the police accountable in this community.
The last two people who signed up are Chris Lowe and Trudy, I believe is the first name, Cooper.
Okay, come on up. Okay, Mr. Lowe, you're on first.
Okay. My name is Chris Lowe. I spoke to you recently representing Portland Jobs with Justice, but today I'm just speaking on my own personal behalf. I want to address the OIR report in only sort of indirectly. I think that we are in a crisis in this country. It's a national crisis in which Portland participates, and it's reflected in the protests that emerged in Ferguson, Missouri, but it's generated responses all around the country because of what is defined as normal policing in this country. And basically, what we are hearing from every community in the country is that normal policing should not be normal, that there is something profoundly wrong with the way policing is done in our culture and our society. And the OIR report is a normal policing report. And within those frameworks, it has some interesting things to say, and I'm sure you'll follow up on them. But I think that the City of Portland's response to the more generalized crisis of our culture around policing has been totally inadequate. And so what I want to address is what would be an adequate response, okay? In some of what I'm saying, there are calls to action, and I think that if you were to follow up on what I'm suggesting, I would ask you to pay attention to the Albina Ministerial Alliance Coalition for Justice and Police Reform and to Portland Cop Watch, because they have been working on these things for a long time in the kind of detail that we need. But so what do we need? I think we need the city to acknowledge that it has a history of denial, evasion, and deflection about racially discriminatory policing and issues of police accountability. We need the city to acknowledge the need for deep changes in policy and culture regarding racially discriminatory policing, and to begin a process of making change in collaboration with community advocates. We need the city to acknowledge the need for deep changes in policies and structures of police accountability to uproot a culture of impunity that affects the city from the street level cops up to the city council level. And that means a process to create a new independent powers and institutions involving the community for accountability. It means drop the appeal of Judge Simon's role in the DOJ settlement. You went ahead with that under deadline pressure. You're not under that deadline pressure anymore. Reconsider, drop the appeal. It means publicly commit to renegotiate the arbitration clauses of the city contract with the police union. I'm much less concerned about the 48-hour rule. It seems to be nugatory at this point from what I heard in the testimony. But I think that the arbitration clauses are a serious problem because there's a repeated pattern, even within the normal policing of Portland, of the chief and other officials, doing discipline that then the arbitration procedure overturns. And I think you need to take a different negotiating posture and make that a primary negotiating goal in your next contract. And then publicly commit to abandoning the current practice of reducing disciplinary recommendations to make them align with previous discipline, which Chief Reich, again, has repeatedly done. What that does is it institutionalizes historically weak discipline when what we need is to institutionalize higher standards of discipline. Finally, I think we have to acknowledge, the city has to acknowledge that the nominal commitment to community policing has been eviscerated by more than 15 years of militarized policing instituted under Chief Croker in new ways in this period, but become normalized. And we have to demilitarize, we have to acknowledge that problem and demilitarize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cooper.
Hi, Mayor Hales and Commissioners. I'm Trudy Cooper, and I'm a citizen of the Elliott neighborhood, and I'm sorry about my throat. I'll do the best I can here. I think there's a lot of good substance in this report, particularly their recommendation regarding the 48 hours and also the improvements that they think are needed in order to ensure that recommendations end up being implemented. I was in the meeting yesterday that people have mentioned in the Rose Room, and I am still nonetheless recommending a delay in your approval of this because I think that you need some additional time to give the authors a chance to incorporate some of the input that they got yesterday at the very least. But I would recommend that you also include in this process somehow more community involvement. For one thing, one of the things that came up was the issue of, as people have mentioned, of profiling and it not figuring in much in either this report or in previous reports. And the authors did emphasize that what happens before the trigger is pulled is very important. Well, profiling is one of those things that happens before the trigger is pulled. We know that profiling exists. We know that it can be deadly. Keaton Otis, for example, was stopped because he didn't look right he looked wrong to the officers. They thought he looked wrong. They thought he was dressed wrong. They thought his car didn't look like it fit him. And in the report, they described the statements that they made regarding that the officers made regarding that as race neutral. They sound very race heavy to me. And I think that, that day when I pulled into the Walgreens parking lot 2.5 years ago, it's been now, and it was right after he had been shot. And I saw all the cars there, and they were putting up the tape, and we were locked down in Walgreens because the investigators hadn't arrived yet. And it really sinks in at a gut level when a young life is lost and you find out later that it was avoidable because profiling is avoidable. And I don't see the centrality of profiling in the efforts that I see around this report or in general with the reforms that we're trying to do. The consultants yesterday said that it's very important that the report was for us, that it's very important for us to be able to guide and pressure and emphasize what priorities we have. Profiling is one of those. The 48 hours is obviously another one. You do have an ongoing contract with these consultants. I'm wondering if you could help us understand at some point if some additional community outreach could be included in that. There's models in the city that work very well. Recently, the Housing Bureau, I'll wrap up quickly. Recently, the Housing Bureau has done outreach that has been very participatory and involved. If they can do it, it seems to me that Police Bureau can do it. I hope that you will include more of that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, both of you. I think I gave Ms. Rayford an opportunity to come back up if you'd like, so come on back up.
All right, Charlie. As a fourth-generation Oregonian, I'm embarrassed to be a Portlander because of the laws that we have in our state and because of the report that I read, and to acknowledge with those attorneys that are civil rights attorneys that said that this report was for us, the people. They said, we're making this for you. We're glad that you have it. We're glad that you're asking these questions because there would be a safer community if you guys accepted those recommendations. We would have a safer community if the accountability wasn't only up to the Portland Police Department to make those assumptions and those outcomes. We would have a safer community if we had civilian oversight. And so I'm hoping that your commissioners, who were basically asking the questions that we were asking, will work together with you, and you will create that entity so that we can have a better and a more safer community. That's what builds trust. That's
Great.
all I have
Thank
to
you.
say.
Thank you very much. So our auditor is here. Are there questions for her or for her team, some of whom are still with us? If not, then do I have a motion on this report?
I move to accept the report. That doesn't mean, with the amendments that we discussed under the recommendations, and my assessment of the recommendations is that we are now agreeing to all of the recommendations.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Further discussion? Then let's take a roll call on accepting the report as amended.
Novick?
Appreciate the report, the response, and all the testimony. Aye.
Fritz.
So in fact, we are accepting the report as written. What we're amending is the Police Bureau's response to it, and I have confidence that Mayor Hales will be overseeing not only that, but also the other suggestions that we've heard from the community today. This is one piece of the evidence and the fact-finding and the advice that we're receiving. We will shortly be setting up the Community Oversight Advisory Board for the Department of Justice settlement. The application for that will be available online within the next week or so. And so we encourage community members of all races, all communities to come and work with us in resolving these challenges and inequities that have plagued us for too long. And I do thank also the Police Bureau and those who testified today for their willingness to make those changes that they believe with us are necessary, because we do want our community to trust us and the police. Aye.
Fish.
I want to thank the auditor for bringing this report to council. I want to thank the OIR group for a thoughtful set of recommendations, and I want to thank everyone that stayed with us this afternoon for a very provocative conversation. We obviously have a lot of work to do, and I appreciate everyone's testimony and time. Aye.
Saltzman.
Well, I want to thank our auditor, Levon Griffin-Valade, for bringing the OIR group on board a few years back. And I appreciate the good quality work of the OIR group, and I think that they have some good recommendations that have been brought forward today. I think the Police Bureau has more or less agreed with most of the recommendations, although there are some notable exceptions, and I think this 48-hour rule still needs to be sort of fleshed out, if no other form, in our certainly in our next contract negotiations with the Portland Police Association. It does sound like it's an outlier, notwithstanding Garrity. So I'd like to see that addressed by us head-on in our next round of negotiations, and I appreciate these recommendations, and we'll keep moving forward. Aye.
Hales.
Well, I want to appreciate both the good work and the heartfelt concern that I hear in this room. And let me tell you where my heart is as Commissioner in charge of the Police Bureau. This report was an examination of the past of officer-involved shootings and deaths in custody that occurred in the past. And I'm not being flippant here, but my authority as police commissioner does not extend to the past. But I can learn from it, and that's the point of this report. And that's why we do this in the light of the day, and with people able to comment on it, as citizens have today. We can also change things so that the past doesn't happen again. And I'm about that, and I'm endeavoring to do that, and I want more advice and counsel from citizens that care about these issues about how we do that, including the people that are here today. As I mentioned, with one exception, I've gone to every officer-involved shooting that's occurred in the 2 years that I've been mayor. I'll continue to do that because it's the worst thing that we do. No matter whether it's justified or not, it's the most terrible exercise of the power that our police bureau has. And I take that very, very seriously. And we are making changes in the police bureau that I think are going to have a lasting positive impact. We've started changing things that need to be changed about who we hire and how we train them and what the rules are for when they use force and what the consequences are when they behave improperly. We have fired a lot of police officers in the last couple of years. Not something we're proud of, but those firings have stuck in many cases. There have been firings in the past which we know have not. So I believe that we are doing some of what needs to be done to make this police bureau as humane as it can possibly be in its relationship with the citizens of Portland. There's more to do, and there are ideas that we haven't thought of yet. So I want to encourage this conversation to continue, and I also want to commend the good work that I see when I see it, and it's very often from the Portland Police Bureau. I get on this phone a daily situation report from the Police Bureau, and there are cases after cases, days after days, nights after nights, where something happens that isn't in the media, and it's because a couple of officers have disarmed a kid with what looked like a real rifle in a way that no one got hurt, or because officers have intervened with someone who is suicidal and gotten them to treatment in a humane way, albeit in the back of a police car, which isn't the best way for somebody that needs mental health treatment to get to a hospital. But I see those kinds of de-escalations day after day after day, and they will not make the newspaper because they're not spectacular, but they're spectacularly good work, and I appreciate it, and I want to encourage more of it. So I think that we have an opportunity to change. I wouldn't have run for this office if I thought that change was impossible and that culture can never evolve or be shaped in a different way. I do believe it can and that it is. So I'm looking forward to more of these discussions, to more of this kind of careful, incisive, clear-eyed review of what went wrong or what went right in the past. I'll put it to good use, and I hope that all of you as citizens continue giving us good advice and push us to make this police bureau an exception. We've been an exception as a city in a lot of ways, and I think this is one more way that we can do that. So thank you for the good work. Aye. Okay, we have one more item, I believe, in our afternoon council calendar. And if you would read that, we'll take it up.
1254, accept report from the Urban Renewal Area Amendment Advisory Committee.
Let's see who is here to present this. Jillian Detweiler, of all people. She'll turn your microphone on.
Oh, how do I?
There you go.
do that? Thank you. So I had the pleasure of being a non-voting facilitator of the advisory committee on the urban renewal area amendments. And given the hour, what I'd like to do is keep my comments very brief and allow committee members and the interested public who wish to speak to this item. Our purpose of bringing it today was to do just that, to start flushing out the issues so that when we bring amendments to you December 17th, you're kind of warmed up for that and we're addressing issues that hadn't been heard yet. So the committee met throughout the summer. Their recommendations to you are in the draft report. There was a lot of agreement. There were a few important minority positions that you'll hear from other committee members. In the coming weeks, we will get opinions from the Planning and Sustainability Commission and from the PDC Board, and all of that then will be delivered to you December 17th. So with that, I think we have committee members lined up to speak, so if they would just come up and I'll get out of the way.
Okay, committee members.
And then we have citizens
And then we have
signed
citizens
up.
as well. Okay, thank you, Jillian. So, yeah, we will dispense with a lot of opening statements on my part, in fact, all of them, and get committee members up here right away. Welcome. And if we don't have enough chairs for all of you, we'll take you in waves. Good afternoon. Go ahead, just push the button on that little portable mic there and on the base of it there. There you go.
There we go. Great. Good afternoon, Mayor Hales, Commissioners. My name is John Talaska, Multnomah County Economic Development, and I'm here because I was the county's representative.
Just a little closer.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm here because I was the representative from Multnomah County on the Urban Renewal Area Amendment Advisory Committee. One of the longest committee names ever. Thank you for the opportunity to serve on the committee and to be here before you today to give you comments regarding the report. First and foremost, as you well know, when it comes to urban renewal, process matters. And I say this because under Oregon's property tax system, as we all know, urban renewal ends up diverting resources from local taxing jurisdictions and school districts. And that's precisely why process is so important, so that the jurisdictions like the county and school districts that will end up losing resources have the opportunity to actually be heard and a chance to speak up and inform the decisions. Last May, when City Council passed the resolution, you all provided clear guidance for the committee. It's very focused, that we should focus on recommending, the committee should come up with recommendations for URA boundaries for the 6 URAs under consideration. And by and large, the committee did that with one exception that I want to focus on. I'm referring, as you may imagine, to the recommendation to add Block 33 out of Old Town Chinatown into the River District. As the report reflects, I opposed that addition. River District has the largest concentration of resources out of any URA within the city. And as such, it's of course understandable why any property owner would want their property included within River District. And quite frankly, there are lots of really good reasons to add any given property into River District or into any URA for that matter. But again, this is where I come back to process matters. All of the discussions regarding the changes, and particularly having to do with River District, the guidance from council, the direction from staff, and to the committee were focused on identifying which blocks should be removed from River District to achieve the goals set out by council. It wasn't until during the meeting, I believe it was the third meeting, that some committee members brought up and the committee began discussing the possibility of expanding River District. Given the unique nature of River District, that it's got more resources than anywhere else, I think that if last spring, Mr. Mayor, if you had come to Multnomah County and said one of the things you were considering was expanding River District, or if last May when y'all were considering and deliberating over the changes, if y'all had mentioned expanding River District, I would wager a fair amount that the public discussion would have been very different than over the idea of contracting it, that would be something that would draw a lot of interested people. And so while I'm not saying that any of the proposed expansions, that expanding into that block has no value, my concern is around process. And to be really clear, of course, expanding one block into River District is not going to have a material financial impact on the county. The concern is that doing that would simply not be consistent with the idea of valuing process and transparency, which is something that I know is important to the City Council. And I think that is also something that's critical in urban renewal decisions when it comes to taxing jurisdictions and stakeholders. And so that's why my concern with the report, and what I urge you to do, is to not expand River District to include Block 33. And lastly, I want to say, I realize that I focused on this one relatively small issue, and I don't want that to color my overall experience or feelings about the process. Quite frankly, I think the committee worked great. We communicated well together. We largely stayed focused on the task that you gave us. And I certainly support the balance of the recommendations. So, thank you very much.
Well, I didn't gather from the report that it was more than the League of Women Voters who didn't support that. Can you tell me what the vote was?
I don't know what the vote was. Perhaps I'm wrong. I thought in the report that it said there's representatives of the League in Multnomah County.
It says the majority of the committee supported the map of properties, and then just that the League of Women Voters representative would support removing more acreage. It actually doesn't even.
You'd have to look under downtown waterfront.
We have Debbie here, so.
Okay.
It's under the downtown waterfront section that it talks about.
You're right. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No,
it's late in the day.
You've had a busy one.
Thanks very much.
By the way, just want to point something out. We have a chart that has the fiscal impact to taxing jurisdictions of what we're doing. And because you mentioned the importance of dialogue and collaboration with partners that are impacted by urban renewal. Let's also celebrate the fact that the city fully funded its commitment to the new health department
and did not take a pro rata reduction after doing this. In fact, one could argue that you're getting a double benefit. We pre-funded a commitment we made through that spirit of collaboration, and there's also a return to the county. So I think it underscores the benefits of that collaborative approach.
Thank you. Yes, no. I think the city and county work well together around this.
Thank you very much. That was our goal. Appreciate it, John.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Harrison, and I represented OHSU at several of the committee meetings. Thank you for letting us participate in the process. I feel we were able to work together as a group to achieve the city's priorities of continuing good job growth in the city, of quality jobs, returning significant funding back to taxing jurisdictions, and generating tax increment for affordable housing. Closer to home, the committee recommendations would generate funds the city could use to facilitate job growth in South Waterfront, specifically by extending Bond Avenue through our Schnitzer Research and Academic Campus. As a council, you were early supporters of the Night Challenge, and I'm happy to report that as of yesterday, we've raised more than $440 million to complement the Knight's $500 million matching gift. We're very optimistic with more than a year to go that we can raise the last $60 million. Our mission as an institution is to improve the health and well-being of Oregonians. And although that's not precisely an economic development strategy or mission, by doing our job well, we create jobs throughout the community. From time to time, I've come to council and sort of talked about jobs, but I'd like today to talk about some specific numbers, just so you sort of know what you're getting through an investment of TIF. When fully staffed, the Night Cancer Challenge will allow us to hire over 380 new direct employees at OHSU and will result in almost 500 additional non-OHSU jobs for the local economy. In addition to these jobs, city support for South Waterfront also facilitates the growth of our clinical services, which will mean approximately 850 additional OHSU employees in South Waterfront by 2020. While we're still determining the exact staff mixes, OHSU has a proven track record of producing quality jobs, jobs that will be even more accessible once the Tillicum Crossing opens and rapid transit extends east out the Division Powell corridor. According to Echo Northwest, the average wage for OHSU employees was over $76,000 in 2012, compared to a statewide average of roughly $44,000. The jobs OHSU indirectly creates in the economy also pay greater than average wages. A quarter of our existing 14,000 jobs have a fairly low barrier to entry, in many cases requiring an associate's degree or less, perhaps a certificate. With such positions as pharmacy tech or medical assistant, OHSU job growth is positioned to help Portlanders from all backgrounds achieve stable careers. Jobs aside, I also sit on the South Portland Neighborhood Association, and while I'm not representing them here today through that role, I have heard significant support for further extending the Greenway, something that extending the life of the North Macadam urban renewal area could help facilitate. Thank you for considering the recommendations.
Thanks for your help. Ms. Iona.
Hi, I'm Debbie Iona, representing the League of Women Voters of Portland. We appreciate that Council is rethinking Portland's urban renewal areas and giving us the opportunity to elaborate on our objections and concerns set forth in the Advisory Committee report. This proposal has been presented as a package deal. We disagree with this approach. Each URA should be reassessed on its own terms. It is misleading to suggest that districts are interlinked and that there is an overall benefit to be achieved by doing this as a package deal. The savings primarily result from ending certain districts, including the education URA, but other amendments will increase the cost to taxing jurisdictions. The River District proposal would remove about 30% in assessed value. While this sounds like a lot, the actual impact on the affected taxing jurisdictions is very small. The proposed amendment will return only about $5.4 million collectively to the taxing jurisdictions in 2015-16. The city would have only $1.5 million more to spend on citywide services, the county $1.4 million. These are insignificant sums in comparison to the $32.6 million River District captured in 2013-14 alone. Although PDC may be contractually committed to a number of projects, we recommend that additional acres be released from the district. We believe it is inappropriate for the county and schools to continue to pay for all of the planned projects through tax increment financing. We ask council to consider whether it would make more sense to reduce the district even more and use the city's portion of the savings to continue the work. The North Macadam proposal is a sensible solution for addressing the inappropriate creation of the education URA and the desire to support the university district's vitality. Once the amendment is approved, the League urges PDC and the city to stay true to the objectives within the existing North Macadam boundaries. It is a complex district with many challenges and needs ongoing PDC involvement. Our primary concern in this district relates to the affordable housing goals and achievements. The council-adopted South Waterfront Plan calls for a district that is diverse and inclusive with a mix of incomes that generally reflects the diversity found in the city as a whole. According to the draft North Macadam Urban Renewal Plan report, to date, over 4,000 residential units have been built. Of those, 209 are affordable to households earning less than 60% of median family income. Had the city carried out its policy of meeting the income profile of the city as a whole, there would be over 1,500 units affordable to households in that income range. If housing set-aside dollars are not sufficient, we challenge City Council to find whatever additional resources are needed to meet the district housing goals. These concerns extend to the River District urban renewal area as well. The Central East Side Amendment would add 16 acres to fund streets and sidewalks around the new light rail station and provide development assistance. Diverting funds from the county and schools for this purpose is an inappropriate use of urban renewal. Since the city owns a significant portion of the area, making it suitable for private development should be a manageable undertaking. The proposal further envisions using resources to subsidize additional private development on sites within the current boundaries. This district has been in existence since 1986, and in 2006 was extended 12 years. According to the proposed plan amendment, taxing jurisdictions will not see full recovery of their foregone revenue until halfway through the century. If the district were allowed to end in 2018, per the last amendment, the break-even point would occur in 2032-33. In light of the significant unmet needs in our community, it is difficult to justify extending the life of a district created in the 1980s for the purpose of installing transportation infrastructure and subsidizing private development. In short, we advocate the following: assess each URA on its own terms, release significantly more of the River District back to the taxing jurisdictions, achieve the affordable housing goals promised by Council in the South Waterfront Plan, and end the Central East Side URA after 32 years instead of extending it another 5. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
So to clarify, you don't, the League does not support adding the block from the downtown waterfront to riverfront, and you don't support adding the triangle in the Central East Side.
Yes.
And I know we had one member of, maybe we have others from Central East Side here today, but there was one member of the committee from the Central East Side. Do you remember whether that member was supportive of the proposed changes in the Central East Side?
That was Peter Finley Fry. I can't. Okay.
If you don't remember offhand, I'm sure we'll get testimony.
Sorry,
Thank you.
right, yeah.
Appreciate very much your diligence over many, many years.
Oh,
looking
well,
into
thank you. And
urban
one thing I
renewals.
just wanted to ask, did you get, there was the draft committee report that was what was on the auditor's website, the link to the information was still draft, and you were supposed to get a revised version. I just wanted to make sure that you checked to see that you got that one, so.
Thank you.
We'll double check. Debbie,
Yes.
at the risk of, it's late, can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
You've been kind enough to spend the afternoon with us. I want to
Yeah.
give you a
Great
chance
fun.
and give you an opportunity to address your thoughtful testimony. You and I had a respectful disagreement on the education URA, but as I said when I voted for it, I was persuaded in part because it would set aside $47 million for housing in an area that we had some significant resource challenges and tremendous opportunities to do some new construction and preservation. And that's because of the geography of that URA. In this approach, there's been an effort to, in the recasting of North Macadam to find a way to, in part, substitute for some of those lost dollars. And what's happened in the last 6 months is that the forecasts have changed a bit, and so as of today, it looks like there's as much as $40 million over the life of North Mac, if I read this correctly, that's available for housing. Is that so far so good?
Well, I'm not sure that I know the exact housing dollars, but yes, this is, I mean, just about a month or two ago, they redid the projections.
They redid
and-
the projections.
And feel that it's going to be able to reach maximum indebtedness, something they didn't think before.
And it would be ungrateful on my part not to acknowledge that it keeps growing, and we're now up to about 40 million, and hope springs eternal. I hope it gets to 50.
Yeah.
We've also, there are 2 parcels which have been identified as potential opportunity sites for development. And the question I wanted to ask you is, you have put into your testimony a challenge that we find additional resources if necessary. And I think what you're alluding to is that the goals that were set, the revised goals, which were a reduced horizon, for 0 to 30, which is where the bulk of the need is currently, which means very poor individuals and households who are not going to be successful unless we have subsidies, because the housing requires typically the cost of the unit plus some kind of service or subsidy. And so the challenge, I think, is going to be how we subsidize the units. Now, historically, we've partnered with Home Forward to get Section 8 vouchers, and we project-based them. We've considered VASH vouchers, project-based them. But ultimately, we've had to scrounge to find those resources, because that's the only way we get to those units at 0 to 30. So what is the challenge that you're issuing with respect to the amendments before us? So I appreciate the challenge, and I accept the challenge, and I think it's a great challenge. But how can we make that challenge stick with respect to the amendments that are before us?
Yeah, and I don't know if it happens through the amendment itself, if there's a way to, I mean, it's not watering down the goals for sure, and I would think also recommitting to.
Well, on that point, let's just be clear.
Yes.
There's nothing before us about watering down the goals.
Well, the actual copy that you received, the North Macadam Urban Renewal Plan report, does have the watered down housing goals, but I've been promised by Tracy Manning from the Housing Bureau that she is fixing that, and that will be replaced before you finally vote on it.
And that's what we've been advised as well.
Yes, so
there's-
I'm confident that's going to happen.
By
but-
December 17th or whenever, there will be no dilution of those
Yeah,
goals. There will be
yeah.
perhaps some commentary about the challenges of getting to those goals, but there
Mhm.
will not be lowering. But what effectively are you suggesting that we do, since we'll be voting on amendments?
Well, I think I would still like to see in this plan, there were the compromise goals for the first, the first 3,000 units. I think that made sense. And then after we reached 3,000, the city was supposed to be meeting the income profile of the city as a whole. It would be great in this plan to recommit to that vision. And I mean, I recognize that every dollar is not identified by a long shot, but there are efforts out there right now, the welcome home thing, the state, is coming up. So maybe in the next 10 years, more resources will become available, but we've got to have in the plan that this is what we want to do.
Who knows, Debbie? We may even have one-time money available in a future budget.
Yes, right.
So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Start public testimony.
Why are you looking at me? Am I now the president? Am I the
You
acting
are,
president?
sorry.
Well, I've heard enough. I'm ready to
All right,
vote on this.
do we-
And I think Debbie's suggestion is an amendment. Do I have a second?
Okay, do we have more committee
Now
members?
we'll welcome
first? Are you-
the distinguished representative from the Portland Business Alliance to testify. Marion?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Marion Haynes. I'm with the Portland Business Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be brief. Our understanding going into this process is that we had 3 goals. Our charge was threefold for this committee. 1, to reduce the impact of urban renewal on taxing jurisdictions. 2, to preserve affordable housing investments and help the city better meet its redevelopment and economic development objectives, and 3, to support PSU. With that in mind, and as background, PBA has long supported urban renewal as a tool. We think it's an important tool for the city. We have also long held that it is critical that the promise of urban renewal be fulfilled. And that does mean that eventually districts close down, properties return to overlapping taxing jurisdictions. In fact, in my last stint at the PBA in 2008, we were advocating at that time to close down some districts early, such as downtown Waterfront and South Park blocks, in recognition of the need to fulfill that promise of urban renewal with higher value properties returned to the tax rolls. So with the 3 goals in mind, we had originally proposed moving some properties. It was initially more than the 1 block that is in the recommendations before you today, from downtown Waterfront to the River District. Not adding new properties into urban renewal, simply shifting a few blocks from one district to the other. And realized the importance of the process and getting to a consensus to the best that we could within the committee. We fully support the recommendation of just moving the 1 block, Block 33, from downtown Waterfront to the River District. In identifying that block, we looked at aligning the resources of existing districts with other proposed plans that the city has approved, such as the recently adopted PDC 5-year action plan for Old Town Chinatown. And Block 33 has long been viewed as a very catalytic development opportunity that could spur other private developments.
Marion,
So-
for people that are not conversant with our lingo, let's just describe that Block 33 is currently a parking lot.
Yes.
In the middle of Old Town Chinatown, in the middle of the Chinatown section of Old Town Chinatown, and it's owned by a developer named David Gold.
Correct. It's
And once upon a
between Cooch
time,
and Davis. And
yeah, once upon a time, it was the preferred location for an Awajamaya development that never materialized. So I just want to make sure people know what we're talking about.
Correct. So again, while we had a task force that looked at opportunities in Old Town, Chinatown, Skidmore, some of which aligned with the urban renewal process, some which more aligns with West Quadrant planning and comprehensive planning, which you all have received a copy of that task force. We had looked at additional properties, but really focused in, because of the consensus that we were largely able to find around the table in this process on this 1 block that everybody's been focused on for a long time. So that's a little bit about the background about where that came from. And with that, we do support the recommendations of the totality of the package that has come forward from the majority of this group. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marion. Other questions? Thanks. Are there any other committee members that are here? If not, then let's turn to the sign-up sheet. Do we have other folks that want to speak on this item?
I show 9 people signed up.
Okay.
The first 3 are Crystal Ilinsky, Melissa, and Marianne Schwab.
About this item, please. It's late, so.
Okay, yes, hi. I'm Crystal Elinsky. I represent 10,000. And it's really funny, KBOO is already playing the audio on the dog attacks on
Oh,
misdemeanors.
let's talk about this, Crystal, please.
And you're in there. Unfortunately, not your outfit, because you look great today. Yeah, so here we are discussing urban renewal again. And I'm really fascinated with the fact that for the PSU decision, the planning was done behind closed doors, and it was an alteration from earlier planning, which the president of PSU was not as thrilled with when he came out of the second decision. He said he liked it more, which made me really suspicious. Like, why are these urban renewal funds used for, well, basically to line certain people's pockets? We need to change the focus. If we're going to continue to have these entities, I'm not really sure I understand why we have them, but it should be to protect the public, to protect the public land, our environment, cleaning, and housing. And as we heard earlier from the League of Women Voters, housing needs to be a focus. And we continue to be one of the worst of 2 states that doesn't have a requirement for every new building that has to have low income. So we also tend to give off public land for private interest. I'll use, for example, I used to be a part of the Central East Side committees, and I lived and worked in that area until I got gentrified out. But it was always shocking to me that Washington High School was never opened to the public. It just sat there, a beautiful historic building that has now been given to private interest, while Catholic Charities is forced to tear down one of the best parks around so that they can offer low-income housing. Washington High School is being converted to yuppie condoms, and it's now the private thing. Just as we turned down the Ross Island present from Bob Pamplin, we need to make sure that our green spaces stay within city public land and not change zoning laws just so private industries can say, hey, we want it industrial and we don't want to pay for EPA cleanup. We need to make sure that these areas are clean and accessible and public. On the waterfront, I know from my own experience looking for housing, it is incredibly difficult. Section 8 is almost the, and I will be discussing that later, but it's, the aim is to concentrate people in certain areas. And I would like to see that more and more historical and public places stay within the city and not be given out for urban renewal or Mayor Adams, Kenton properties. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa, please.
Hi, my name is Melissa. I'm concerned. I'm a concerned citizen. There is, I read over about $200 million budget that we want, you all want to use to develop this urban development. I believe it should go towards something more feasible for the people. There are businesses that could be highly affected by the vast homelessness issues. Also with PSU, they get their own funding. They get tuitions. People have to pay them back for their loans and student loans and whatnot. So they have their own money that they can pull out of. They do not need the city to be using our money that our taxpayers are paying. I believe there's an emergency at hand for the people standing out in the cold, freezing, disabled, and whatnot, and starving, and the food they're getting is poison. I believe there is a higher issue at hand than schools and whatnot. If we can start with those issues first, then work on to possibly making a plan and promoting a good, solid foundation to end the homelessness and to be able to sustain that with jobs, which I read that there's no jobs going to be available on these issues at all. But so that people can sustain themselves and feel safe. And also possibly even use some of these funds, if you do get them, to buy muzzles for those police dogs that are biting people.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ms. Schwab, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Hale, City Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mary Ann Schwab, a retiree living in the inner southeast Sunnyside neighborhood. For as long as my fixed income keeps in step with the ever-increasing city levels, PDC TIF coming through on my annual Multnomah property taxes, it's getting tougher and tougher. Gentrification is real. My fear is that City Council may not be fully aware of the list of community meetings facing your ONI volunteers and the citizens of Portland in the month of December. Therefore, I asked Council Clerk Carla Moorlove to route my calendar to your offices this morning. Why? I recently compared notes with the HAN president, Susan Pierce, who was unable to address a serious concern on the Wham-O property, the 166 acres, down zoning to open space. She simply couldn't. She couldn't get it on her agenda because of what all was facing, including listening to the PDC representative, Justin Douglas. Or is it Dustin Douglas? Well,
No, you had it right the first time.
Okay, thank you. The same held true for Kearns, Sunnyside, and Smile. I attended 3 November meetings, again, trying to address the downzoning of the 1.66 acres facing Southeast Morrison Street, a transit street, to open space. Hold that thought. Today, PDC is seeking to make major revisions to the urban renewal plans in Portland. The total package estimated at $300 million over a 30-year period timeframe. It's not clear to me why PDC did not include the Brooklyn Action Corps request to include in the CES Clinton Triangle amendment. Apparently, the PAC board had no way of appealing. At one point, they were going to go from Powell Boulevard down to Holgate, and quite a big area. Then it was a half an area and was troublesome to me. All of a sudden, it was off the sheet. We still could not get information. The biggest name, and what I find troublesome, is when reading where the PDC proposed changes could impact some of the city's biggest names in real estate, including the Goodman family, Jordan Snitzer, and even our own city commissioner, Dan Salzman. I've sent you the link to that article, and I do want to give a Mr. Goodbar to Brad for writing that article. I can't help but wonder why City Council is in such a rush, especially when knowing PDC, PSC, Metro, Multnomah County meetings are held during the workday, and neighborhood associations do not meet in December. We don't have the timeline with your public involvement to even address some of these issues on short notice. To be honest, I'd rather be home piecing doll and teddy bear quilts for the Portland's fire department's Toy and Joy than pushing back on these fast-tracked items affecting those of us living on fixed incomes. Why am I nervous? I've been here a million times. Anyway, I'm hoping that everyone out in TV land will come to your December 10th meeting, Warner Pacific College. We do not want to disconnect the Mount Tabor reservoirs. And I'm hoping people will show up at Warner Pacific between 6:30 and 8:30. It will be an engaging conversation, and I know we can come to a very good solution in keeping those tanks full. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Thank you for the bribe. Commissioner Fish and I are officially corrupted by having eaten this delicious chocolate
She
right
knew
now.
we had low blood sugar.
That's my fault. I mean, chocolate solves
Much
everything.
appreciated. We have been here for quite some time.
Thank you.
I did want to just address your concern about the Brooklyn Action Corps and how they can appeal. This is only the committee's recommendation. So there's a hearing before the Planning Commission, the Planning and Sustainability Commission. There's a hearing before the Portland Development Commission, and then there's the hearing before City Council. So there's 3 more bites at the apple for anybody who feels like any of this recommendation is not accurate and that they would like some changes.
I was going to ask about that. Could you tell us for the record where and when those meetings are, the 11th and the 17th?
They'll be posted on my website.
I don't have internet,
Marianne,
but you
can I
don't know.
also-
I know for the Planning and Sustainability Commission, it's been at the 1900 building at 1:30 on the second Tuesdays.
Yeah, I
is
think
when they
that's.
usually meet.
Yeah,
I don't know what-
Jillian can probably give you the dates and times.
Yeah, Jillian is.
She's right
Jillian,
there.
could you wave, please?
Yeah, let her, she'll give you the dates and times.
Mary Ann.
May I
can-
address an issue?
No, excuse me, ma'am, just one sec. It's still her time. Mary Ann, I'm not going to disagree with you publicly, but I am going to just gently say that while Commissioner Fritz and I appreciated you attending the last Mount Tabor meeting,
I left.
I know, well, it was disrupted. The second one is once again hosted by the Parks Bureau and focused on options for what happens to reservoirs post-disconnect. So I don't want to mislead people into thinking it's a public forum around the disconnect. Our hands are tied on that. Commissioner Fritz has set up a robust public process to hear from people about what they would like to see post-disconnect with the reservoirs, and so far we've gotten, I think, a pretty good set of recommendations.
I'm anxious to hear the results of your survey.
Good.
That was a quickie, and I'm just curious how many people did respond, because believe me, I let everyone in my contact world know that we had less than 24 hours to get that to you, so.
Well, I got your email on that too, so thank you.
I
Thank
believe
you.
it was about 800.
Good, that's wonderful. Well, thank you for your time,
much.
and I know it's tough. You guys have been on the hot seat today.
Thank you. Well, let the record show, this is not a bribe, it's a public service. You don't want a city council with low blood sugar.
It was my little Christmas greeting with warm wishes, everyone. Thank
For the
you.
record, this is medicinal chocolate.
Yes, yes.
Melissa, do you have something
Are you
else?
sure of that? Read your label on your chocolate. Find out where it came, no, I'm not joking. Find out where it came from to find out if it's organic and if the people were harmed in the making of said chocolate, because there are third world countries where the people are beaten with sweat, tears, and blood to make that chocolate and not paid. There are slaves. So I just want to let you know, to get that chocolate, how much people have paid and suffered to get most of the chocolate that we have today. And I love chocolate.
And this one is from San Francisco, so let's get it, you betcha, and.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
Thank you.
No offense to you.
Thanks very much.
None taken.
Thank you.
All right, next three, please.
Are Michelle Munt, Charles Johnson, and Michael Johnson.
Come on up. I see Mr. John, one of the Mr. Johnsons is here.
Let's go with Tasha Harmon.
Okay.
I'm going to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Coming up here for
All right.
fun of it.
I believe with the last three people, we had an amendment that we're going to devote the urban renewal areas to luring Ghirardelli chocolate and maybe Godiva into the city, and make sure it's fair trade, worker protected chocolate. Obviously, the scope of this is long-term work. It's very difficult for citizens to come up and be fully engaged with it. But if you remember some of our other experiences with urban renewal that have made the media, Trader Joe's, Northeast, I'm kind of glad you're politicians. It supposedly means you're sensitive to public sentiment. And in addition to this bureaucratic process, I think there needs to be better engagement with, and an overview of, okay, urban renewal is one tool we have that helps a limited, predefined areas, but how much of that your time is that eating up? And there are more important areas of Portland that have more serious economic considerations. The fact that we have these federal interactions with things like urban renewal and, God help us, PDC.US, sometimes distract us from serving the most needy communities and making the best impact on quality of life for all our citizens. So once we get through all this hullabaloo and stuff that's required to keep the federal money flowing right, I hope that you'll revisit the issue of helping the most needy neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Ms. Harmon, I think she was going to pass, so go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Hales and
Oh, push the little button there.
push the button.
There you
I'm
go.
on. My name is Tasha Harmon. As some of you will remember, as a founding member of the Coalition for a Livable Future and the executive director of the Community Development Network so many years ago, I was deeply involved in the negotiations that created the urban renewal area plans for both the River District and North Macadam. And I'm here because I'm deeply concerned by what appears to me to be a move to roll back commitments that the city has made to the urban renewal areas being a central part of the city's affordable housing strategies and many other strategies, frankly. In the River District Urban Renewal Agreement, the City Council recognized the need and the opportunity to break new ground. They mandated that the new mixed-use neighborhoods they'd create by investing massive amounts of public money in the infrastructure required to make that land developable at all, to be a place where people of all income levels could live. That was a courageous decision. It was a stand against business as usual gentrification, where new development means glorious opportunities for people with money and rapid displacement for people who don't have money. It was a stand for livable, walkable communities, for a vibrant mix of jobs and housing, where not just high-paid professionals, but also the people who serve you groceries, who pack the boxes in the businesses, who teach your children's preschool classrooms, can also live within a block or two or three of where they work. It was also a stand for a place where your next door neighbor's elderly parents who lived on a fixed income all their lives to make a better life for their kids and who didn't have much retirement income could live. And your brother-in-law who just got back from the war and hasn't got his head together enough to get a job yet. These were important commitments, and the city's fallen short of meeting those goals. The Oregonian estimates that 1,300 units would need to be built to meet the city's stated goals for the River District, Pearl District, and Old Town. Although we don't really know what the income mix is because apparently they stopped getting the reports. You stopped getting the reports in 2007 about the income mix there. The story we're told is that the city's made good on its commitments to use 30% of TIF funds for affordable housing in the River District and that it's not enough to do the job. That's not a surprise. We told you that without inclusionary requirements being put in place, imposed in exchange for the enormous public subsidies being offered to private landowners in the River District, that land prices would rise fast and that it would make it very difficult to meet the public commitments that you'd made. We also told you 15, 20 years ago that you would need to dedicate city-owned property in the district to affordable housing as part of meeting those goals. We knew there would always be plenty of uses for the money. It's always true, and many of them are good uses. But some of them are not so good. Indeed, we're now hearing that the city's planning to sell the city-owned land near Union Station to Hoyt Street Properties for $1.5 million less than the appraised value so they can build office buildings. What does it tell us when one of the richest and most successful landowners and developers in the city says he can't afford to pay market rent, market price, for land to build high-end office space? What does this tell you about the irrationality of assessed value and land prices, and the need to create regulatory structures and tools that are going to make that less irrational? I also understand the city's considering buying land from Hoyt Street Properties to remedy Hoyt Street Properties' failure to meet their contractual obligations to create affordable housing in the River District. And I'm really curious about whether Hoyt Street Properties is going to offer you a $1.5 million reduction in price on that piece of land. In the North Macadam area, the city set very modest housing goals for the first and second phases over the objections of the affordable housing advocates. And I hear that the revised memo is going to go back to the original goals for those areas, which is good. But I'm also not hearing, and we haven't, of course, had a chance to see the revised memo, any of the advocates yet, so we don't know. I'm really unclear about whether that commitment to going back to the original goals is going to extend to moving now to meeting your obligation when we move past 3,000 units, which you have, to have the income profile of North Macadam match the city's income mix as a whole. It's time to get serious. You know as well as I do that affordable housing is going to be a critical issue in this city's future. We do not want to be San Francisco. I know all of you well enough to know that's not what you want, right? In addition to the affordable housing goals, the city has really strong and important goals about lowering its carbon footprint, creating 20-minute walking neighborhoods and transit corridors that concentrate development and increase ridership, eliminating food deserts, reducing the gap in the education achievements between poor people and not poor people. If you're serious about those goals, affordable housing can't be something you do when you have the resources to do it. You can't achieve any of those goals without making affordable housing, a huge diversity of affordable housing, part of every neighborhood in this city. And the URAs are the easiest place to do that. This is not the time to pull back on those commitments. It's the time to start looking hard for new tools and new funding sources and new strategies. And there are a lot of us out here who want to help. But we need you to step up and be leaders around it. I'll be submitting more detailed suggestions about those tools as we move forward. You're also going to hear from many other players in this process around the comprehensive plan and around other strategies. But I would strongly urge you not to accept any amendments to the urban renewal areas that reduce those targets, those commitments that you made about making the URAs a central part of achieving this vision of Portland as a city that's livable for all of its citizens. And it is vital because it has a strong infrastructure of affordable housing, not just affordable housing that happens when we can find the resources. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to have you back in this chamber.
Yeah, thanks, Tasha. It's good to see you.
In light of Tasha's information, I do want to let you know that citizens will be extremely interested to see if the 39 or 40 lawyers of the city's attorney's office will go head-to-head with Hoyt Property lawyers instead of focusing on appealing Judge Simon's decision. If Hoyt Properties is involved in some shenanigans or failure to meet contractual obligations, we expect this city to to litigate for the right of low-income and average-income people. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Next three.
The last two I show are Margaret Bax and Barbara Ross.
Good evening.
This on?
You are
Margaret
on.
Bax, 3435 Northeast 22nd. I'll be really short. I appreciate you guys staying. I know it's been a really tough day. I was the housing policy manager of the Portland Development Commission, when the housing investment strategies were developed in neighborhoods throughout the city. I oversaw that process. And, we had hundreds of volunteers in every urban renewal area, Lentz, Interstate, as well as North Macadam and River District, et cetera. As a city representative, I told people that all of these goals that we were working on would be maintained, and they would have an opportunity to not only participate in the development of them initially, but also in the monitoring, and that we would be looking at putting housing for everyone in each of the areas, particularly the newly developed areas, North Macadam and River District, the big undeveloped areas. So I personally, really struggle when I read that there's discussions about rolling back the goals because we don't have the money, et cetera. And just as a promising commitment that I made to those hundreds of volunteers who were putting their own time, I was getting paid, but they weren't, that trust us, especially in North Macadam. We said, trust us, the money will come later and we'll meet those goals. So that's why, I'm showing up again. Tasha Harmon's showing up again. We've been off doing different things. I've been in Zambia most of the time doing things, but community development there is really interesting. Anyway, we're just here to offer to help, you figure out some way to meet the goals. Don't roll them back. We'll work with you, the communities, and there's really smart people in the city, at PDC, and the community development network out there that together we can do it. It's going to be hard. It's tough. It always is. Moving the freeway from Mount Hood freeway and all these things. They're tough. City can do it, but you guys are smart, creative, effective leaders, and I think if you work with all of us, that we can meet the goals and really make this a city that is inclusive to everyone. Sorry, I nattered too long. I apologize. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your advocacy. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Barbara Ross, and I'm here testifying as an individual, not on behalf of any organization. I love Portland. I've been here 3 years, and I just think it's a wonderful place, and I love public transportation, I love the open space, I love the parks. And so I think we have a lot to be proud of here, and I really appreciate the thoughtful approach that the mayor and the PDC have taken and as they looked at these changes to the urban renewal plans. And so there's a lot of good concepts in here. I have just two things that I am concerned about. One is rolling back the goals, and Commissioner Fish has said, well, we're not going to roll back the goals, but I haven't seen anything in print that said that yet. So I'm really hoping that as you guys work on this, that you will maintain the goals that they were originally made commitment to. It isn't easy. It is never easy to put together funding packages for affordable housing. It's difficult, but that doesn't mean that we should abandon it just because it's hard. Because the need for housing is urgent, and if you think that putting together complex packages for housing is hard, just think how hard it is to live with your kids in a car on the street of Portland. That's hard too. And I know you know that. The other issue is that I'm opposed to is the extension of the Central East Side by another 5 years. It's already been expanded 12 years. When you start these things, you say, well, we're going to do this for 20 years. We're going to get rid of the blight. We're going to improve property values. We're going to put those back on the rolls and give the taxing districts their an increased value. But then you extend it for 12 years, then you extend it for another 5 years, And so why should they believe you the next time you want to have an urban renewal district if we just have an open-ended way to fund cute new projects? There's always things that are important, that are good to be done, but I think that this extension, the research shows that the taxing districts just don't get their money back if you keep extending it. Right now, I think there's a lot of interest in problems of homeless and housing. There's a lot of people talking about it. The governor is trying to put $100 million in his new budget. The Human Rights Coalition had a great forum a couple of weeks ago. You know, the New City Initiative, where churches are working together. This Welcome Home Coalition. We've got a lot of people who care about this, and I know you all care about it. And so I think it's really important that that as you work on the urban renewal district, you have affordable housing as one of the top things that you're looking at as you consider these changes. And then as you go on, looking for better ways to fund these things that are going to work for Portland. So thanks for this opportunity to testify, and thank you for staying so late in the day when you'd like to be taking a nap.
Barbara, can I just respond to one
Yes.
thing you made? So I was speaking for myself when I said we would not roll back.
Well,
But I will be asking the council, when the amendments come back for council consideration, to reaffirm the goals, the existing goals, and to make that part of our consideration. And I, on some level, welcome the clarity that the Housing Bureau will bring to the challenges, because we've heard
Yes.
from a lot of people here today who said there are going to be challenges. But let me just offer
agree with
this optimistic note at the end of a long day. When I was elected, and in fact had the good fortune of working with this Margaret and soon another Margaret on housing issues, we had a commitment to build affordable housing in South Waterfront. And I can tell you that in the first couple of years of looking at that project, there was absolutely no way that Block 49 could come together. And two of the smartest people I know, along with others, considered every single option under the sun, including something called City Lights that I'd never even heard of. And they kept being told that they couldn't get there, there was a roadblock. And then, by the way, we were in the worst recession in our lifetime. The tax credit market collapsed, which meant that financing tool became less effective. And I won't bore you with the details, but there is a magnificent award-winning development at Block 49 today called Gray's Landing.
Yes.
Named for a distinguished war veteran who also happened to be a veteran, a developer, but who carries the Silver Star. And that project was built despite all the obstacles because the housing community would not accept no for an answer. And the smartest and most resourceful people I know said, we are going to make it happen. And so when we come back on this package, I will ask council to reaffirm the goals, the existing goals in North Macadam, and I will also ask the Housing Bureau to give the council a roadmap as to what the specific obstacles are to getting to those goals and what additional resources over what particular period of time they're going to need to get there. Because I agree with you. If none of this happens without setting a reach goal. And then the only way we get to that goal is if we're willing to throw the kitchen sink at the challenge.
Yes.
And that's how we built light rail. That's how we developed a livable city. That's how we met some of our affordable housing goals. And it is not time for this council to retreat from that tradition.
Thank you very much. That's a great benediction to the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
For 1 second.
You want staff back?
Just for a second.
Joanne, would you come back? Maybe PDC staff as well, if you need reinforcements.
Gillian, I have a couple of just very basic questions, and you probably answered it at the front end, but my head is, I'm just feeling a little fried, so forgive me.
Yeah.
Could you tell us what the next events are on this matter?
Yes, the next events are a hearing in front of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, and then a hearing in front of the Portland Development Commission Board. Those recommendations will then come forward to you along with ordinances for your consideration on December 17th.
So it comes to us on December 17th.
And I just
And
need to
then-
make a correction, Commissioner Fish, because I said earlier that the Planning Commission meeting was at 1:30. It's actually at 12:30 on December 9th, and at the 1900 Southwest 4th Building. The PDC Board meeting is December 11th from 3 to 5 at 222 Northwest 5th, and the City Council hearing is here on the 17th, starting at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
So Jillian, today, we're accepting a report, and we're getting the testimony. December 17th is the first reading?
Correct.
So any amendments that council wants to bring, we would bring on that day?
Correct.
And any further questions that we might
You know,
have?
or like the ideas could come out and then we could come back with amendments, however the council chooses to.
That's actually my preferred way,
Yeah.
so that you have a chance to tell us whether they're workable or not.
Mhm.
And because of the hour, I'm not going to go through some of the suggestions that we've had from the public, but I will be asking you, following this hearing, what your views are on some of the ideas that have been floated. Are they feasible? Is it something you and the mayor would support or not, or why? We don't have to spend half an hour doing that now, but the opportunity would be to bring amendments on the 17th.
Correct.
Thank you.
And we'll be voting on it sometime in January. Is that correct?
The 7th is the current schedule unless amendments were, you know, required some additional outreach or work that couldn't be accomplished in that period.
One last comment. This is a complicated matter. There's a lot of moving pieces. And there's a couple issues that I'll want to drill down on, but to the three of you at almost 6 o'clock at the end of a long day, thanks for your good work, because I think you helped set it up and frame it. I think the testimony's been very helpful, and I think there may be some issues council want to pursue, and we'll continue those conversations and then have something ready before the 17th.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions for staff? If not, then we have a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? Roll call on that.
Novick?
Aye.
Fritz?
I very much appreciate all the work of staff and the community members who participated on the committee. By accepting the report doesn't mean we agree with everything, and obviously there's going to be a lot more discussion over the next several weeks. And there isn't a particular need to have this done by any date certain, right? So to
And
address.
we did the part we needed to do by a date certain already, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's an administrative procedure that returns money to the taxing jurisdiction, so that can be accomplished without your action.
So, and I know that we did that after Christmas last year, so to address the concern that Marianne Schwab raised of it being the holiday season, it's not something that's trying to be stuffed in a particular time frame. It's just how it, we wanted to make sure that the committee's good work was considered in a timely manner. Thank you very much. Aye.
Fish?
We have a tradition in this room that if you've been with us since 9:30 and it extends beyond 5:30, you get $5 off a pizza. So we'll be having, we'll be handing out certificates. Thank you for an excellent discussion. To staff, I've already expressed my thanks, and to the members of the public who spent the entire afternoon with us to get to this point. Thank you for your thoughtful testimony, and we have some. There will be some follow-up consideration of issues that are raised, and I intend to propose some amendments. So thank you. Aye.
Hales?
Well, I want to thank everyone. I won't make a long speech now, but you might recall I made a speech about this subject called the State of the City speech last year and said we need to do this. We need to reform our urban renewal system, and we need to right-size the districts that have succeeded, get rid of the ones that haven't or that shouldn't have been, and then put a lot of value back on the tax rolls, because I heard that from citizens over and over and over when I was out knocking on people's doors for a year and a half, that it's always a one-way street and that we never put any value back on the tax rolls. Thanks to this council and this set of actions, that's no longer true. We're putting $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion back on the tax rolls. That's a signal accomplishment, and I appreciate the good work that's been done to get us to that point. And we are also, I think, taking places that actually have potential for positive change and making sure that we can accomplish it, which is what urban renewal is about. It's not an ATM. It's not a permanent condition. It's a strategy for change. And I think we are shaping this tool to its intended purposes in ways that are very defensible and will pay off for the citizens and for the taxing districts of this city for a long time. So thank you all for your good work. Look forward to more. Aye. We have one item to dispose of, which is item 1247. I am setting that for 2 p.m. on the 18th at time certain, and we'll take up the next time certain at 2:15 because that's a short item. I think that solves that problem.
And Mayor, my understanding is we'll be taking up there'll be a second reading on both matters
Correct.
involving short-term rentals.
Correct. Thank you all. We are
Thank you.
adjourned.